2022, the council meeting. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Judy.
Thank you. We'll start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional land of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we as beneficiaries of the treaty must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, there is not a supplementary agenda item this evening, but I would also like to take this time to remind Council we have a very full agenda. And as indicated when the agenda came out, it would be our goal to be as efficient and effective as possible with regards to all the reports on the agenda. Should we not get through all of it by 10 p.m., the mayor will either ask for an extension, or we have set aside August 22nd as a date to finish off the agenda. So with that, Mr. Mayor, we have one disclosure of pecuniary interest, and that is from Councillor Thompson with regards to item 21J, the motion of Council Carmen McGregor on the municipally owned cemeteries. And next we'll go into planning services.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Mary Caniff. Share my screen. So planning meeting process. The process to be followed for each application will be as follows. 1, the clerk will announce each individual planning item. 2, the clerk will advise if any written submissions have been received regarding a planning item. If so, the clerk will read the written submissions that have been received. 3, for any items where written submissions received, the administration will proceed with the presentation. 4, council will be asked if it has any questions of administration or the applicant if present. 5, council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regard to the item. Notice, if any person or public body that files an appeal of a decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make a submission to the municipal clerk before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal if otherwise eligible, unless in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party to the appeal. Information on council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or who have made a submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of council's decision, including appeal procedures. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. Thank you.
We'll move on to 10A, application for consent of zoning bylaw amendment, Robert Porter, Adelaide Street, Community of Harwich, Shrewsbury, South Kent. There is no conflict of interest. No deputations have been received, Mr. Mayor, and the agent is not on the line.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Latimer, can I get you to move this, please?
Well, Mayor Kaniff, I will put it on the floor for discussion.
So seconded.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to reach out to a couple of questions to Anthony Joss. I did have the opportunity to speak with him briefly today, but I'm just curious to see how many types of properties like this are currently in Shrewsbury that has the potential to be severed like this.
Through you, Mayor Caniff. Thanks, Councillor. I don't have a figure for that at this moment. What I can say is we're averaging about 5 or 6 new developments in Shrewsbury, like buildings or residential structures going up a year over the last few years. A figure of that of potential severances, I'd have to get back to council, but I don't have a firm number on that at this time.
Yes. So the reason why I'm asking Mr. Joss is that, you know, as you're aware, the municipality is going to be potentially undertaking, you know, a large project out there looking at the different drainage aspects and that. Currently on this lot right now, is what kind of buildings would be permitted on that? So if this is can a large, like, would this be much different from a from a drainage potential issue if there was an extremely large house or there would be two smaller houses. Would that be something that you would be looking at from the planning department, the impact? Because as we discussed earlier, so semi-detached would be okay on this property right now. So I was just curious to see if you look at those aspects when you're doing a planning application like this.
Through you, Mayor Caniff. So that's correct. The village residential zone, which these lands are currently zoned, permit a single detached dwelling and semi-detached dwelling as of right currently. The proposal is to sever this one lot into two equal sized parcels. The zoning bylaw amendment is intended to restrict new development to just single detached dwellings. So the outcome here, the density of the potential development here would be relatively the same. The village residential zoning regulations will continue to apply, which would restrict development from, side yards, front yards, rear yards, which would dictate the size of development. Also, it's important to note that for building permits for residential lot, grading plans are required by the building department as well. So those grading plans are intended to ensure that any water runoff from or stormwater from a property, like surface water, would be retained on that property and not run off onto abutting properties.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I think that you answered that question. Originally, I did not plan to be very transparent, did not plan to support this, but in conversation with you today, coming out of the realization that the density of this lot is essentially going to be the same. It's just going to be able to be split up between two different lots. I guess my last question would be, so from a planning perspective, let's say if the, and I know we're speaking hypothetical, which you guys don't like to do in the planning, planning aspects, but if we come back and do the study when it comes to the drainage study out there, and it says there is challenges, is that going to be something that is going to potentially affect these types of applications that are coming to us? Or is it going to still follow municipal and provincial policy to consider to go through the same way, given the density and the lots are going to be the same, the setbacks, and all those different aspects on these zoning bylaw amendments? I know it's a lot to chew on there, but I just wanted to, I think it's important for us to know where we are potentially going forward, giving the results. And I know we can't hypothesize what those results will be, but I think it's important to know if they will alter the course on these. And if they are, why are we kind of talking about these applications now, right? So.
Through you, Mayor Caniff, yeah, it's hard to speculate what the outcome of that study would bring about in terms of land use policy. Certainly, if there, if it warrants, there would be changes to land use policy. But these proposals today are based on the land use policies that apply through the Chatham-Kent official plan currently, and Chatham-Kent continues to assess those proposals based on those policies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joss. I appreciate that.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In our official plan, I believe Shrewsbury is referred to as a hamlet, is it not? That's correct. And the first point in it is that we'll protect and preserve the unique character of the established hamlets. Do you see this proposal doing that?
I'm sorry, Mayor Caniff, I wasn't able to hear that.
Yeah, Councillor Thompson,
Sorry.
you faded out a little bit.
I thought I might have froze there for a second. We're getting a little bit of a thunderstorm. I said that in our official plan, the first point is that we will protect and preserve the unique character of established hamlets. And I was wondering if this proposal, this severance, will do that.
Through you, Mayor Caniff, if I understood that correctly, we're sort of talking about the build characteristics of Shrewsbury, and that was part of the assessment of these proposals to sever any lands in Shrewsbury, and it's should be known that the resulting lot size here is consistent with many lots in the general area. Some lots are actually a bit smaller in area. Some have a little bit of a more narrow lot, and some of them have been severed and are the exact outcome as what's proposed here. I'm not sure if that answers your question clearly.
Yeah, yes, actually it does. And I'll hope that my internet hangs on there. I have a lot of the same concerns that Councillor Sakachi does in regards to drainage and whatnot, and the servicing study that we're going to undertake. I will have a motion coming up later tonight. I had a couple of calls, a couple of concerns. Drainage, is drainage going to be an issue? Because the way I see it, should, maybe not this particular one, but if others go forward where we start turning, a half acre into 2 lots of a quarter acre in size, there's more hardened surface and driveways and roofs. This one won't have a negative impact on its neighbors?
Through you, Mayor Caniff, as I stated earlier, it's a similar proposal as what's been sort of approved previously for Shrewsbury, and it's a resulting lot sizes are appropriate for the type of development that would be permitted. Again, the zoning bylaw amendment is intended to limit permitted uses to single detached dwellings, and the lots are pretty deep. And with building permits, as I stated, there'd be a grading plan that would ensure that the surface water runoff is retained on this lot and doesn't overflow into adjacent properties.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-1. Next item is 10B, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Eugene and Joanne Sharon, 5825 Rivard Line, Community of Dover, North Kent. There are no conflict of interest, no deputations received, and the owner and agent are both on the line.
Councillor Foss and Councillor McGrail, can I get you to move this, please?
I'll move it.
Councillor Foss isn't on. Judy?
I'm on, but I can't get through. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and see you.
Okay, I second it.
All right. Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. Moving on to 10C, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Jacob McKellar Farms Limited, 10893 Union Line, Community of Chatham Township, North Kent. There are no conflict of interest, no deputations received, and the agent is on the call.
Councillor McGrail and Councillor Foss, can I get you to move this, please?
I sure will move it.
I'll second it.
Any questions? Seeing no hands, we'll put it to vote.
Council just waiting for one more. There we go. All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. Moving on to 10D, application for zoning bylaw amendment, Van Mar Farms Limited, 22363 and 22401 Bloomfield Road, Community of Raleigh, South Kent. There are no conflict of interest, no deputations, and the owner is on the line.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Latimer, can I get you to move this, please?
I will put it on the floor.
So seconded.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Madam Clerk, Councillor Sakachi, I didn't receive a voting box, but
Okay, and how would you like to vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Therefore, motion passes 17-1. Moving on to 10E, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment.
Judy,
Shama,
hang on. Sorry, point of order. I screwed up and hit the wrong button. I
Okay.
just couldn't unmute to this moment. I did in fact want to vote yes. My apologies.
okay, no problem. So that motion passes 18-0 then. Thank you for catching that right away, Councillor Thompson. Moving on to item 10E, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment. Shama Estate Inc., 174 Erie Street North, Community of Wheatley, West Kent. And there are no conflict of interest, no deputations were received, and the owner and agent are both on the call.
Councillor Pinson and Councillor Wright, can I get you to move this, please?
I'll move it, Your Worship.
I'll second it. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. Moving on to planning 10F, application for zoning bylaw amendment. Chatham-Kent Recycling Inc., 6584 Middle Line, Community of Raleigh, South Kent. There are no conflict of interest. We have received 10 deputations that the clerk's office will read next. And I believe that the owner is not on the call. So we'll start with the deputations. The first one is from Chad Atkinson. I am writing to you today in regards to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment put forth to change 6584 Middle Line to the zoning of a salvage yard industrial M3. I have recently started building my dream home in the town of South Buxton. Before I started building, I had already known about the racetrack down the road, which would make for noisy weekends. I had also considered the municipal yard across the street with machinery operating at late hours during winter storms. Now with the proposal of a salvage yard, where is it that we draw the line? I feel that changing the zoning to a salvage yard opens it up for negative future development of this property. I would like to think that the owner's intentions are not to create a salvage yard as they have it listed as bin and trailer storage. That being said, there has got to be a better zoning designation for the land that doesn't leave its uses so wide open and basically unregulated. Industries like this, it is meant for industrial parks, such as the one off of Bloomfield. When voting on considering this issue, I implore you to imagine a scrapyard across the road, or worse yet, behind your house. This is what is at stake for the people of South Buxton. In closing, I hope that my opposition, as well as the opposition of other people in the community, is enough to see a different perspective and stop this bylaw amendment. Sincerely, Chad Atkinson.
And the next deputation is from Donald Maris and William Dale. This letter is to be our written representation against this proposal. Our issues with zoning M3 salvage industrial in a residential neighborhood include, but are not limited to, and in random order: 1, my property value will be decreased with this zoning change. Noise and traffic. Number 3, air quality for all residents. Number 4, the buildings on my property are far too close for this zoning change. Number 5, attraction of rodents. Number 6, zoning boundaries can be changed at any time. Number 7, annoying noise at all hours. Example of backup beepers. Number 8, our community is expanding residentially, and this is not a good mix. Number 9, conditions of the approval can be amended in the future. Thank you, Donald Maris and William Dale.
The next deputation is by Ed and Elaine Bax. Our issues having zoning M3 salvage, industrial, and residential in the same neighborhood include, but are not limited to, and in random order, number 1, health concerns, particulates in the air, dust, and fumes. We have asthma in our household, so air quality is an important factor. Number 2, increase of noise and traffic. Number 3, this would reduce the value of our homes. Number 4, rodents are a problem in a salvage yard. Number 5, conditions of approval can be amended at any time. Number 6, zoning boundaries can expand at any time. Number 7, farmland needs to be preserved. Number 8, Chatham-Kent has industrial land available for this use alongside 401. Number 9, for the older, more vulnerable individuals in our neighborhood, this situation is not fair to them and far too stressful, as well as a health hazard and too costly. Number 10, this community is a designated heritage community. Is history being respected? Number 11, how many of these facilities do we need in Chatham-Kent? We have other facilities already. Number 12, this goes against our environmental protection efforts of our community. Number 13, safety. Houses are far too close to the operation. The protective buffer zone established offer no protection and can be changed at any time. 14, Chatham-Kent should cooperate with other municipalities. Do not compete. This would reduce the number of facilities to protect our environment and avoid the need for this expansion. Transport outside of Chatham-Kent is allowed. 15, this community already deals with extreme noise, dust, and traffic, which has not been addressed. We have had to personally spend money to try to reverse the effects of this on our property. The zoning change compounds these issues. 16, this zoning change destroys a small heritage community. And number 17, we require an extension to review the situation fully and retain legal counsel if the zoning amendment is not rejected. Respectfully, Ed and Elaine Bax of 6633 Middle Line in Merlin.
This next deputation is from John Rumble, to whom it may concern, regarding application for zoning bylaw amendment D14 RA 3522C. I am writing in opposition to this proposal. In no specific order, my reasons against this are, but not limited to: 1, my property value is reduced; 2, the noise; 3, the dust; 4, the rats; 5, the traffic; 6, the trash blowing around; 7, this is a historical site. This above zoning change is not right for the residential neighborhood. Sincerely, John Rumble, 6595 Middle Line, Merlin.
And the next deputation is from Linda and Serge Gauthier. As a resident and taxpayer of this community, we strongly oppose having this farmland zoned as commercial. We have several questions and concerns relating to this application. Why wasn't this notice sent to all residents in the area? Some people received it while others didn't, and they live closer. This should have been sent to all residents in Chatham-Kent because it impacts everyone in this area, whether you live right next to it or down the road. Is an environmental impact study going to be completed before this moves forward? If so, are we going to be notified if it's done and the results communicated to everyone? How is this going to impact the water table? Some of the residents here are still using their own wells, so we have concerns over the runoff from this site. There is also a municipal drain running along the property on the west side. Any runoff into this drain would impact fish and wildlife. How much noise pollution is this going to create? I'm referring to noise coming from the yard if it runs 24/7, and also the extra heavy truck traffic going in and out at all hours of the day and night. We have already lost our backyards for 8 months of the year because of the racetrack noise and traffic, which runs 1 to 3 days a week in the evenings. Some of this noise level is well over 90 decibels now on some nights, which is hearing lost, and nothing has ever been done about it. We really do not want to have anything else being added to this problem that we already deal with. We also have the right to peace and quiet at our homes, just like everyone else in Chatham-Kent, not just those living within Chatham. How much heavy truck traffic is this going to cause? This is a big problem for both safety and noise. Some of the residents work nights, so they will have tremendous impact on their sleep, whether it's at night or during the day. Linda is an RN and she works 12 to 12-hour shifts a week, and she has already problems sleeping now. This will only make it worse. How much is this going to impact our property values? No one is going to want to live or even build here if this goes through, especially compounding with the racetrack noise. We are just starting to see some new homes being built, and I'm sure this will have a big impact on future home development. How much light pollution is this going to cause? Again, if they are going to be working 24/7, then that means the whole yard will be lit up like the greenhouses in Leamington. Some of the residents will be looking right at this yard from their road decks and having lights shining in their homes 24/7. This is unhealthy. You just need to see what's happening in Leamington with the greenhouse light issues. We do not want this happening in our neighborhood. How much dust or contaminants is this going to cause? Is it toxic? Some of the paint on the metal is toxic if you're exposed to it. So a study needs to be done first. We already get dust coming from the dirt track now that if the wind is blowing in the right direction and we aren't even right up against it. This proposed expansion is going to be closer to our home. We can only imagine what will be drifting into our yard and into our homes. The land is zoned agricultural and the land should remain as such. If nothing else, at least it acts as a buffer between the existing yard and the homes in the area. Also, there is already land zoned for commercial use on the 7th line and the Bloomfield Road just for this type of business. This is where this should be expanded to, not right up against people's homes. Thank you, Linda and Serge Gauthier.
And the next deputation is by Trevor Dunn. He cites the reason for opposition is number one, home value. I purchased my house 3 years ago at the start of the housing price boom. If this project were to proceed, I would take a massive loss when selling due to having a scrapyard next door. Nobody wants to live next door to another Gold's or Dover Auto Wreckers. I noticed those places don't have houses next door. The nearest example would be Gold's lot on Park Ave west of Sobeys. That lot finally got cleaned up after years of being a mess. Not only would the appearance of the scrapyard drive down value, but the noise of machines running all day, the garbage that currently blows into my yard. Half the year would increase, the smells from random fluids would increase, and there would be an increase in rodents and other pests. Essentially, the scrapyard would be offensive to 4 out of 5 of our senses. I believe putting this scrapyard in a developing neighborhood would also be in poor taste, so that's all 5 senses. Environment. Scrapyards take what is essentially someone's garbage and tear it down to recycle the valued parts. An unfortunate part of this process is fluids and debris. Currently, half the year, I get loose garbage blowing into my yard from the existing recycling center, which has no fence to stop debris from blowing around. The only time I don't have garbage blowing into my yard is when the field crop grows tall enough to act as a barrier. Making the recycling center bigger will just create more of a mess. Fluids are another issue. I noticed when I drop things off at the recycling center currently, there is always random awful smelling fluids in the dumping location. Some fluids stay on the cement, but some spill off into the soil, making its way into the water table. My concern is that when expanding, the fluid runoff will now be increased close to my home, where I have young children who love to play in puddles and a dog that will drink from them as the land naturally slopes to my house lot. How will fluids be collected? What stops the fluid from going to the water table? What will stop the fluids from ending up in the Moore drain or Brady drain? Will testing be done on these drains to see if wildlife and vegetation will be impacted? The soil in this area is very poorly drained. Currently in spring and fall, there is a constant ponding of water in the field. The clay soil becomes too saturated to absorb and remove the water, and it ends up laying on top of the ground for the reasons mentioned. The land currently does not seem to be well tiled or taken care of, which shows how well the new expansion will be taken care of. And the natural watershed is supposed to drain to the Brady drain, but it cannot due to lack of outlet and the houses along 80 Shad Road being higher elevation than the field. This causes water to lay behind the houses currently and creates an environment for mosquitoes to habitat, as well as slowing the soil's absorption rate for homeowner weeping systems, causing undesirable effects. As it stands, the landowner should install a ditch between the farm and houses to allow the surface water a proper outlet and eliminate that standing water issue. Essentially, the current natural drainage is extremely poor, and there is no outlet to the Brady drain. Adding more structures and adding more gravel and recycled asphalt surfaces for storage and parking will increase the water runoff. I don't see a plan to add a pond to accept the additional surface water created by changing the surface runoff. As well, how will this additional surface runoff, which has a higher drain coefficient, impact existing Brady Drain and Moore Drain? Has an engineer assessed this and created a new report for the drains? Have the upstream and downstream ratepayers been notified of these increases? Will it cause flooding downstream? Will it hold up water coming from upstream? Will the taxation for the ratepayers of the drain be decreased and the recycle yards increased? The neighborhood. When purchasing my home, I looked for a small rural community to raise my family in. South Buxton seemed like a good fit. There were a few families with kids around my children's ages, municipal water, natural gas service, some school district I attended growing up, etc. Recently, a couple houses have been built in the neighborhood with more planned to come. This was great to see. However, how do those people feel about investing so much into a community just to have this eyesore expand? On the downside, the roads are in poor shape. The culvert on West Street is failing, big suck hole washing in due to rotten culvert. The storm drain is ancient and failing. I personally paid a crew to come flush the drain, but they couldn't get through it. There's no playground, and internet availability is a joke. This expansion makes me feel as though this was not a good place to purchase a home and try and raise a family. I'm extremely disappointed by the whole situation. In closing, I ask this. Would any of you who approve for this expansion like to see this same thing in your backyard? I understand business needs to grow. I understand the junk has to go somewhere, but maybe it could expand west of the existing yard where there is only farmland as opposed to towards the existing home lots. Thank you for your time. Trevor Dunn, 21014 80 Shad Road, South Buxton.
The next deputation is from Alan and Glenda Slade. Members of Chatham-Kent-Council, our names are Alan and Glenda Slade, and we have lived in this small, quiet, rural community at 21044 80 Shad Road in South Buxton for over 50 years. We have raised our children here, welcomed our children here, our grandchildren here, and watched many other families grow here. We are vehemently opposed to the application for this zoning bylaw amendment from Chatham-Kent Recycling, Inc. concerning property located at 6584 Middle Line. The rezoning of the land to the salvage yard industrial M3 will have a significant immediate impact on not only our property values, but on the lives of each of our community members, from the young children who play in the yards to the families who walk or ride bicycles in the area. Under the current proposal, the land directly adjoining our property, approximately 3.75 acres, is proposed to be rezoned to a deferred development zone. But until when, and when development does move forward, for what will this area be used? What agricultural purpose is feasible on such a small acreage? Will agricultural land be replaced by salvage yards and storage? Rezoning will cause increased industrial style traffic on our roads and increased noise throughout our neighborhood. It will impact not only our daily lives, but also our property values. We are not opposed to progress, and we are supportive of initiatives that ultimately help the environment. We strongly believe that increasing the size of the salvage recycling facility so that it further encroaches into a long-standing established community where it has potential to disrupt the lives and safety of residents is not the best way for progress to occur. Alan and Glenda Slade.
And the next deputation is from Janie and Brian Brio. I am writing today about the proposed zoning change in the area of South Buxton, where my family has lived for 19 years. Our understanding is that the municipality is considering changing the zoning from its current status to be rezoned as industrial. Even though you are not councillors for the region that this proposal impacts, specifically South Kent, I hope that you will not only listen to some of our concerns about this proposed change, because they could be similar issues in your zones in the future. Please understand that my family's concerns are not simply a case of NIMBYism, and hopefully you will consider our concerns on their merits. Before I share my concerns, I want you to know that I appreciate the dedication to your community that you have taken on by making the decision to stand for election as a councillor for the municipality of Chatham-Kent. Public service is an extremely important and often underappreciated role, and you have our sincere thanks for your service. Like many people, including possibly yourselves, When faced with an important decision, I make a list of pros and cons to help facilitate my decision. In this particular decision, my list of cons is quite lengthy. They include such issues as, but not limited to, health concerns with air quality, groundwater issues, potential for increased traffic, etc. Noise concerns. This area already deals with noise from Saturday races as well as regular heavy truck traffic to the recycling depot. Safety concerns. Many homes in this area, including our own, have young children. This new zoning and potential increased traffic for the extended hours seems problematic. For those reasons, I hope you would seriously consider voting against the proposed bylaw change. I have already shared similar concerns with the South Kent councillors from this zone. If you are planning to vote in favor of the proposed change, I would definitely appreciate a chance to discuss your rationale for that decision. Perhaps there are aspects of this zoning change that could be beneficial for this area that would outweigh the cons that I have listed above. That's from Janie and Brian Brio.
The next deputation is from Ron and Dorian Toll. Does this mean that we will be getting more traffic with more cans and paper coming off of these trucks as they fly by our property? Also, we seem to get paper blowing in our yard at times. Maybe if the traffic here was checked once in a while, everyone seems to think the speed is 100 kilometers, not 60, and we have some young folks here, as well as oldies, who may be walking or just going to the mailbox. We are not against progress, but set some rules and make sure they are carried out. Ron and Dorian Toll, 6659 Middle Line, Merlin.
And Council, the last deputation was not included in the email, but I understand that Council received it separately themselves, so I wanted to include it. This is from Bradley and Marlene DeLizer. To whom it may concern, concerning the application for zoning bylaw amendment, property located at 6584 Middle Line, Community of Raleigh. We, Bradley and Marlene DeLizer, strongly oppose the proposal for the following reasons. And please note this is a partial list only. As residents whose property backs up to the proposed M3 designated land, we have environmental and health concerns related to the excessive noise, smell, and dust pollution, as well as rodent infestation, which accompanies salvage recycling industries. Litter and debris, which currently blows off the trucks or blows directly from the recycling depot into our yards, will increase with the expansion and the closer proximity of our homes. Air purity will suffer and the safety of our water wells could be jeopardized. We also fear for the safety of the South Buxton residents, young and old, who walk, jog, or bike our roads as there are no sidewalks with the increased truck traffic. We are not made aware of the future plans or timeframes for the land designated as deferred development. This allows for endless possibilities for its use, many of which would greatly decrease the value of our homes. With the area of the deferred development section being less than 4 acres, it is highly unlikely that it will continue to be farmed, and it is more apt to become a neglected weed-infested lot. The proposed rezoning would result in the loss of valuable farmland, which is one of Chatham-Kent's most important commodities and should be protected. The proposed landscape buffer will require many years of growth to be effective as a noise barrier or a scenic buffer. According to the Corporation of the Municipality of Chatham-Kent, Bylaw 41-2004, the people have a right to and should be ensured an environment free from unusual, unnecessary, or excessive sound or noise, which may degrade the quality and tranquility of their life or cause nuisance. We are already confined to the indoors of our home and have lost the quiet enjoyment of our outdoors for most Friday and Saturday evenings from April to October. We do not want anything else to be taken away from us. Respectfully, Bradley and Marlene DeLizer, 21050 80 Shad Road, Merlin. And Mr. Mayor, I just want to indicate that the applicant is on the call this evening.
Councillor Latimer.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I had talked with Ryan and through Ryan to Anthony, yes, with regard to this application for a public meeting be continued at a future planning council meeting and that additional public engagement occur, and that a public notice for a future meeting date be given, so that despite the fact that this business has existed at this location for many years without any formal property standard complaints, there have been a number of issues raised and concerns this evening, and I'd like to thank the owner publicly for agreeing and understanding these concerns and agreeing for this application to continue at a future meeting, so that, as I say, the additional public engagement can occur to resolve some of these issues. So I did send a motion through to Judy earlier.
Yes, we'll get that up on the screen. Here it comes.
Councillor Sakatchi, will you second this?
Mayor Kenneth, I would be happy to second that.
Okay, any other questions related to the deferral? Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
Just waiting for one more. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Mr. Mayor, the next item on the agenda is a deputation from the Scottish Borders Foundation in support of the Essex and Kent Scottish fundraising campaign. Sorry. I understand that the presentation is going to begin with Dennis Poole.
Yes, thanks, Judy. I was just waiting for our presentation to load. I think Meredith will load it.
Sure.
For us. Thank you, Meredith. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Essex and Kent Scottish and the Scottish Borders Foundation, I'd like to thank Mayor Caniff, Councillor Bondi, and the Chatham-Kent Municipal Council for your time and consideration in allowing for our deputation to you this evening. For those who do not know me, I'm retired Chief of Police Dennis Poole, and I'm here tonight as a member of the Board of Directors of the Scottish Borders Foundation and as the Officer Commanding Delta Company, which is a civilian group of community leaders, business persons, and supporters of the Essex and Kent Scottish. Joining me this evening is Lieutenant Colonel retired Michael Robinson, a former commanding officer of the Scottish and the current president of the Board of Directors of the Scottish Borders Foundation. We are here tonight to tell you about an important fundraising campaign by the Scottish Borders Foundation in support of the Essex and Kent Scottish. Our campaign theme is the service, the sacrifice, and our duty to honor it. Our capital campaign goal is $600,000. The Scottish Borders Foundation is a registered Canadian charity, and all donations are income tax deductible. The Scottish Borders Foundation is the official foundation of the Essex and Kent Scottish. For over 200 years, when the call came, men and women of the Essex and Kent Scottish have answered boldly and proudly. Local troops were engaged in key battles in both world wars, including the ill-fated Dieppe raid, the 80th anniversary of which will be commemorated in a couple of weeks on August 19th. While the casualties were grim, the hard lessons learned at Dieppe paved the way for the successful D-Day landings. After rebuilding, with over 260 members of the Kent Regiment transferring in, the Scottish played key roles in the liberation of Belgium, Holland, areas of northeast France, and into Germany. The regiment held the unfortunate reputation as having suffered the highest casualties of any Canadian regiment in World War II. In the years since the end of the Second World War, the regiment has remained active in conflicts and peacekeeping missions around the world. In our hour of need, they have always been there, in the thick of conflict, answering our nation's most urgent call. Many of the activities of the Essex and Kent Scottish are not funded by governments. The federal government obviously pays for training, equipment, and deployments. However, they do not fund things such as attending commemorative ceremonies overseas, erecting and maintaining monuments here locally and abroad, and outfitting our popular pipes and drums so they stand ready to attend local parades and commemorations and can maintain the spirit and legacy of the regiment both internally and in the community. It falls to us as a community to fund these and other important initiatives. That is why the Scottish Borders Foundation, on behalf of the Essex and Kent Scottish, is embarking on a fundraising campaign to adequately fund our foundation so that these initiatives can continue in perpetuity. Contributions to this campaign will be added to our foundation's capital base with the goal of maintaining it in perpetuity at a sustainable level. Only the interest earned each year will be used to fund a variety of important commemorative initiatives. I will turn it over now to Lieutenant Colonel Robinson to take a quick look at what those initiatives include.
Thanks, Dennis. First of all, I'd like to echo Dennis and thank Mayor Caniff and members of council for the opportunity to speak and for your interest in this. From the War of 1812 to Vimy Ridge, from Dieppe in France to Groningen in Holland to Afghanistan, our soldiers have been there in some form. Our sacrifices are remembered in Holland, Belgium, and France, where our role in World War II history is still taught in schools. We received many requests to participate in celebrations of liberation, but because these trips must be privately funded, many of them must be declined. For example, 2 years ago, the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Europe, we received 4 specific requests from communities in Belgium and Holland saying we want to name a square after a regiment. We want to name a public park, and we were only able to fund people to attend one. This year, the 80th anniversary of Dieppe, we're also sending a small delegation to Dieppe, France, which the foundation is paying for. So this campaign will allow us to send representatives to more of these events and at the same time promote both the regiment and Essex and Kent. Funds will be used to outfit and maintain our pipes and drums and represent the municipalities at both in-town and out-of-town events. There are monuments both here and in France that require maintenance and upkeep. There are other additional monuments we'd like to build at key battle sites. To put those costs in context, the 2 Dieppe memorials, one in Dieppe, France, and one in the waterfront at Windsor, each cost over $100,000, all funded through private donations. And last but not least, as community players, we have over 30,000 historical artifacts, some dating back prior to the 1800s, that must be maintained and insured. We're currently in the process of digitizing all of them so that they're publicly available online and available to the university and community college. Next slide, please. This one, I won't spend much time on. This is really intended for individual donors, but we're going out of our way to make it easy. We accept gifts of all kinds with a focus on these 4 areas: annual installments, spread out over even a five-year campaign if necessary, one-time gifts and gifts in kind, bequests in people's wills, and gifts of appreciated assets. Next slide, thank you. The Essex and Kent Scottish continues to be a vibrant force within both Essex and Kent counties. Overseas operations often take place in areas of active conflict, where the regiment always plays a vital role. I think many members of council would be surprised to know that, for example, we have sent, in the last 2 years, we've sent soldiers to Latvia, which is now pretty well the front line in confrontation with the Soviet Union. A young captain who we're sending to Dieppe in 2 weeks has just come back from 5 months in Iraq on a mission. These young soldiers are smart, articulate, and wonderful representatives of both Essex and Kent counties. As a rule of thumb, when you see Canadian soldiers anywhere overseas, you can assume 1 in 5 is a reservist. And that's not changing. In most recent years, we have sent people to disaster relief, floods in Manitoba and Ottawa, sent soldiers to keep seniors safe in time of pandemic and nursing homes. We live by our motto, Semper Paratus, which means always ready to jump into action whenever and wherever they are needed. So we're here today to ask for your support, your verbal support and your financial support of this campaign, both as an organization and as individuals. Our request is for $100,000. This is a one-time ask will help sustain the regiment's non-operational needs for many years to come. City of Windsor and the County of Essex have already each committed that amount. We hope that you can find a way to contribute in a similar fashion. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your interest and support. And we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Mayor Caniff, I'd like to make a motion that council support the $100,000 grant ask to support the Essex and Kent Regiment. And that will be the motion. And I would ask that Gord maybe give some guidance on how that should be done, whether that be over 2 years or and where it would come from.
Gord, over to you to help with this motion.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Councillor Bondi, it really comes down to two choices that council could make tonight. One would just be to defer it to the budget process and that we work it out this fall. But if the other option is to just deal with it tonight and just add to the end of your motion to fund it from strategic reserves and it be a done deal tonight. So it's really whether this council wants to make the decision now tonight or whether you'd like to defer it to council to make the decision to the next council to make it the decision during budget time.
Councillor Bondi, what's your preference to put in your motion?
Thank you, Gordon, through you, Mayor Caniff. Well, I want it to work, so if anybody's got a crystal ball. Well, let's deal with it tonight from strategic reserves, if that works.
Okay, Councillor Solomon, will you second that?
The entire amount from strategic reserves are over a 2 or 3 year period.
Through you, Mayor Caniff, I would suggest over 2 years.
Then I'll second that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else to add, Councillor Bondi, before I go to other questions?
No, thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, I see Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Worship. I'm sure this is a worthy cause, but are we ready to start down this path where we're going to be getting requests from the Legions and every other organization that feels they should get a grant from us? If we're going to do this, I believe the process should be they put their application in to our grant programs that we have and be judged on all the other applicants as well. I just think this is really starting down a slippery slope and there will be no end to it. Thank you.
Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and through you, I guess this question would be to the organizers. I'm not sure which one would like to take it. When it comes to the funds, if these were stretched over, let's say a four-year term, which we allocated $25,000 per year, would that be something that still would be sufficient for them for an operational standpoint, just so we could stretch it out, but that they could still secure the funds? I'm just not sure how much that would impact their request. If that could be answered, that'd be great, Mayor Caniff.
Mayor Caniff, I'd be happy to speak to that. The City of Windsor chose to make a one-time payment of $100,000, essentially out of a strategic reserve. Essex County chose to present $50,000 now and commit to $50,000 next year. The reasoning on that was that they didn't want to get into the regular budget cycle down the road because the future is just too unpredictable. In both cases, they recognized that this is a one-time ask, and we would have no problem if council felt more comfortable spreading out over 3 or 4 years. Our only concern would be if it fell into the budget cycle each year and we had to compete for the dollars each year. But essentially, we're making a one-time ask, and we're happy to take a payment in a single payment over 2 years, over 4 years, as council sees fit.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm not sure if the mover and a seconder would consider it a friendly amendment or not. I would be happy to support it. I think that if we did it over a 4-year, a 4-year funding, I think the notice of those funds would be a little bit more manageable. So I'm not sure if Councillor Bondi and Councillor Solomon would be okay with that. But if that's the case, I'd definitely be happy to support that. Essentially, it wouldn't affect their operations, it sounds like, and that way we could still deal with it tonight and secure the funds. If that's okay with Mr. Quinn as well.
Councillor Bondi and Councillor Solomon, are you okay with amending it to spread over 4 years?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Caniff. Just a quick question. As the presenter had suggested, if that's the case, would this be a budget deliberation, or is this guaranteed funding over 4 years? This is probably for Gord, I guess.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So it would be a clear direction that you've made this commitment on to the next council. But ultimately, each council does have a final decision on its budget. So it would be the way I understand if council supports it tonight, this would be a highly ranked direction from council to fund it, to EMT to find a way to fund it for over the next 4 years. It still would be up to that 2023 budget to give final approval.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor Caniff. The reason why I was asking was for that exact reason, is because if it's a $50,000 ask spread over like 2 years, I think that there's more opportunity during budget that someone may pull it out. I feel that if it's a $25,000 per year, then it being highly prioritized, that it will remain in there. That's why I was prepared to support it in that aspect. I think that it would benefit both. That way it's spread out, as well as it would limit the opportunity for someone to pull out, because $25,000 in the grand scheme of things during our budget deliberations would be very negligible. So that's just my opinions. And if the mover and seconder are okay with that, as mentioned, I'd be happy to support it.
Councillor Bondi?
Through you, Mayor Camp, thank you. Yeah, sure. I would accept that as a friendly amendment. And if I can just touch on Councillor Pinson's comments, I understand that, and I agree that, yeah, this could open the floodgates to all sorts of things, but I don't think it will, because it's unique. This is not, a dance hall or a park or a playground. This is a historical military organization that is a part of our history. And, we have a lot of important parts of our history in Chatham-Kent. And this is certainly, if not one of the more important ones, it's got to rank pretty highly up there. So I do understand Councillor Pinsino saying that, and I agree with him, but I don't think I don't think it throws the bait out to those other things. I don't think that's going to happen. And we've supported things, the art space, hospice, I know I'm not talking about the amendment, sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, so, sorry. Councillor Solomon, are you good with the that amendment to go to 4 years?
4 year, excuse me, Your Worship. 4 years, meaning that there'll be one payment in 2022, one in 2023, one in 2024, and one in 2025. If that's the case, yes, and it makes perfect sense, given that Windsor's tax base is about 4 times ours.
Perfect.
Okay.
Can Gord tell me that it's going to be a payment in the first payment will be in this year?
Correct. That is how I understand it.
Great. Thank you.
All right. So with that, I'll go to Councillor B. McGregor, then Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Gord, how much is in the strategic reserve, or from strategic reserves?
There's currently 1.8 million uncommitted.
Yeah. So I having been through the budget process a number of times and being budget chair, I just don't know the wisdom in spreading it out over a number of years. There's money in the reserve to pay it. We're not talking about an annual cost that has to be found and made up every year, from here on out. There's money in the reserve that's not earmarked. It seems to me like we could just use that as a one-time cost. We'd be done it tonight, and it wouldn't be back into this budget process, which we've seen can get a little loopy as we keep going, and we know we're moving to multi-year budgets as well. So I think there's an opportunity for that to get lost in the shuffle, and I just don't see the wisdom in spreading it out over a number of years. You know, it's like buying a coffee table for $200 and making 4 payments of 50 instead of just spending the 200 that's there already. So I don't really see the need to spread it out. I'm going to support it whichever way it ends, but I think it's completely reasonable to do the whole 100,000 at once.
Councillor Harrigan.
My question is to either Mr. Poole or Mr. Robinson. How long are you undertaking the campaign to raise money for the base of the foundation?
Hi, Melissa. The campaign was really lifted off in the last few months. You saw in May, the initial article in Chatham Daily News. We expect to receive the bulk of the contributions in the next 12 to 18 months. We've made a point of saying that we'll run this campaign for as long as necessary, up to 5 years. But interestingly enough, out of all the donations we've received so far, no corporation, no individuals, no entity has looked at spreading it out that far. We're open to it, but in most cases, I'll remind you, City of Windsor, one-time payment right now. Essex County, 50,000 now, 50,000 committed next year. And the warden of the county was concerned about the unforeseens that could be in the budget process 3-4 years out. But listen, we're here asking for money, and we appreciate your support and interest. We'll be grateful to take it in whatever form it can be given to us, and we'll put it to work immediately.
Great, thank you. The reason I asked the question about the timeline is, I feel like this is just out of step with our traditional budget processes where deputations are made at budget committee for requests for funds. And then as a council, we consider kind of the multitude of pressing needs and circumstances. And I'm just a bit of a stickler for process. I think this is a fabulous idea, and it's important to invest in, but I also think it's important as council that we consider those deputations for requests for large purchases out of either reserves or operating costs to be done at budget. And so I'd actually like to move to refer this to the budget committee. And I think that's where we should have the conversation, not microdennis because I don't support it. I think this is super important, but if the campaign timeline that you're expecting is 12 to 18 months, then our budget council fits directly into that. And then we have those conversations at budget council. It comes in the budget package, and it's a bit cleaner. I think if you would have said to me, in the next 2 months, we need this for X, Y, and Z, that might have been a different discussion. But because the timeline's a bit more stretched, then I think it better fits with budget.
Judy, you're going to put that up then?
Well, excuse me, Mayor Kenneth, isn't this motion on the table first?
Judy, I'll defer to you, but typically, Judy, do you?
Yeah, so your motion was on the floor, but this is a motion to refer. So we put this one that's on the screen now, motion to refer to the 2023 budget deliberations. If that fails, it goes back to your original motion, Councillor Bondi.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Pinson, I assume you have a question regarding the referral.
I was going to second it, Your Worship.
Okay. Okay, second. Anybody else has any questions regarding the referral? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion fails 8-10. We'll go back to the original motion and put that on the screen. Mr. Mayor, I think you're muted.
Sure. Seeing no other questions with this, we'll put this to vote.
Just waiting for one more, council. There we go. All votes are in. Motion passes 13-5.
Okay, we'll
Mr.
move on to deputations then.
Thank you very much, Council. We appreciate your support and your consideration. Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Thank you all. We're grateful for the support.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll move on to deputations. We received 2 for the general portion of our agenda. The first one I will read is from Christine Coatsworth. It is with regards to item 17B, the update on Imagine Chatham-Kent consultation and due diligence. Dear Mayor and members of Council, thank you for the opportunity for input in this in the Let's Talk CK survey and the subsequent information supplied by administration. The recommendation that $2 million be dedicated to further due diligence is reasonable for a project of this scale. The timing of further due diligence is not. We must save our $2 million until we are further down the path of understanding what Chatham-Kent needs. An election campaign is taking shape. It is the opportunity for candidates to hear what the electorate wishes to do now that costs are clear. Everyone wishes to see downtown Chatham revitalized. The Myers Cerimbus Group anchored progress impressively at the William Street end of King Street. The renovated Capitol Theater shows increasing days of use year by year prior to pandemic shutdowns, is surrounded by quality restaurants, a new bookstore, etc. at the 3rd Street end of King Street. In the middle, the boardwalk apartments are filling nicely. Life is stirring downtown. Voters need to consider whether it is the job of the public to acquire the former mall as an event venue or the job of developers to see it through. Voters need to weigh what appears to be the likely loss of the downtown fire hall, the community theater, the Heritage Chatham Cultural Center, and the Civic Center on the river, as well as the library. Are those losses worth the gain of a new community hub with fewer amenities? Is there middle ground? Voters need to consider money. If the event venue comes from the public purse, not only will we lose the ability to afford the Twin Pad Arena long desired by the community, but we lose financial sustainability in unstable economic time. Spending $93 million, more than our current maintenance cost for something new that we might not even fully own, and that does not fully replace what we own now, is a serious matter. Individuals are sensitive to the fact that wages and pensions do not keep pace with inflation. We are cautious people. It is very recent that many residents in Chatham-Kent were distressed that in-person municipal centers might be considered unaffordable in smaller communities. How are we to make sense of spending $2 million before our representatives have even campaigned and consulted with us directly on those costs? Is it matter of record that more people who responded to the Let's Talk survey were opposed to proceeding now than in favor of immediate action? Standing firm in requiring current input from the people of Chatham-Kent shows responsible leadership. We applaud your care in beginning with first questions. What do we need? The election campaign will disclose our thoughts. Christy Coatsworth, Blenheim.
And the next deputation is from Jerry Harvo regarding the motion by Councillor Harrigan regarding process for community events. While this is not exactly how I expected to be allowed to deliver my message at council tonight, apparently it will have to suffice. Unfortunately, since this will be read to you by a disinterested third party, there is little hope my message will convey the passion I have for helping to organize special events in my community, nor the frustration stemming from trying to maneuver through the increasingly complex maze that has become the municipal special events approval process, not to mention community event fundraising grant process. I'll start with a brief background because I want council to understand my frustration and lack of faith in the integrity of the process is not born from a one-time experience. I have been part of organizing and chairing special events in the town of Tilbury since before amalgamation. Post-amalgamation, I have chaired the committees which hosted the Tilbury Family Fun Fest, Tilbury Canada Fireworks, Santa Claus Parade, and Big Buck Sportsman Show for many years. In my work with the Tilbury Auto Mall, I coordinate their now annual Haunted Halloween drive-through, Mega Machine Party, and the Reverse Santa Claus Parade. These events draw thousands of people to this community every year. As well, I serve on both the Chamber of Commerce and BIA. I was a member of the Tilbury Rotary Club for many years, including two terms as president, and as such took part in helping lead numerous community fundraisers. I have organized and assisted with events to benefit the Tilbury Information and Help Center, Food Bank, school breakfast programs, served on the executive of the Tilbury Minor Hockey Association, and co-captained the May 16th Miracle here in Tilbury, among several other special events. Again, I point this out only to provide a sense that I am not speaking with some past experience, not just in organizing special events, but in dealing with the municipality on these matters. Given that, I have to point out my frustration has grown exponentially in the last 5 years, minus the 2 years of COVID, but never like it has in 2022. It was so bad that just 2 weeks for this year's Big Buck Sportsman Show, which was hosted by the Southwest Outdoors Club and draws over 2,000 people from across Southwestern Ontario to the Tilbury Arena for this one-day event, I came within a hair's breadth of pulling the plug and walking away from it all. The consequences be damned. Keeping in mind, this is our group's biggest fundraiser, generating in excess of $15,000 annually that we put back into Chatham-Kent through a wide range of programs and special projects. But the municipal minutia that ate numerous hours of my volunteer time with absolutely no purpose nor benefit other than to fulfill someone's arbitrary municipal directive sapped continuously at my commitment. In the end, it was only the thought of letting down my fellow club members that kept me on track. The Big Buck Sportsman Show is quite literally second to only the Toronto Sportsman Show in scope. If any council members here are hunters or anglers, then you've likely heard of the Beasley Brothers. They have a TV show called Canada in the Rough, publish Monster Whitetail magazine, and are recognized experts on whitetail deer record keeping in the province with the foundation of the recognition of Ontario wildlife. They described the Big Buck Sportsman Show in Tilbury as the most well-organized and best executed show of its kind in Ontario, and they would know because they attend almost all of them. Initially, the show was held in Ryder Hall for several years, but expanded to encompass the entire arena in April of 2015. After those first 2 years, things got increasingly complex with the municipal approvals, despite the fact that there was no significant operational changes whatsoever, nor any issues stemming from past events. We utilized the exact same layout on the arena floor, bar setup, security setup, and activities. The club operates as a bar as part of this event, open from 11 a.m. till 5 p.m., but it is not a drinking event. Nobody comes to drink beer for 6 hours with their friends. It is well-controlled, family-oriented, has never resulted in any behavioral issues, and a large number of our members attend Smart Serve certification to ensure proper operations, that all AGCO regulations are followed to the letter. It is literally the special events equivalent of your grandpa or aunt having a beer while eating hamburger at the family reunion. In fact, the AGCO gave us no grief whatsoever, including over in-house plans for security, the scope of the licensed area, not the natural activities taking place. But somehow, in 2022, after 7 years of utilizing the whole arena, 4 in operation thanks to COVID, the fact that we operate a bar as part of the event turned into a giant issue for some members of municipal staff. All of a sudden, it was blatantly suggested that we were not responsible enough to ensure minors aren't being served or consuming unattended alcohol. All of a sudden, there's significant concern about the accessibility to weapons while people are drinking, and our ability to ensure alcohol was not carried off the main arena floor was questioned. As I tried to argue at the time, I failed to see how our normal setup of having 2 club volunteers at each exit off the floor, all Smart Serve certified, with a vested interest in the safety and success of our event, would do less effective job than paid security we were forced to hire. So instead of having 2 non-co-host club security at each exit, whose only job was to remind attendees, hey, you can't leave here. You can't leave the floor with a beer. We paid out roughly $800 for formal paid security, one at each exit, who spent more time looking at their cell phones than anything else that day. But hey, they had the cool security jackets, but more importantly, their company had liability insurance. Nobody will convince me it was about what was more effective, because our club volunteers are inarguably far more effective. It was about covering backsides. It was quite literally came off as, sure, something might be more likely to happen with just 2 private security guards, but if it does, their insurance will foot the bill. I know that sounds cynical, but that's because I'm cynical. But just because I'm cynical doesn't make it wrong. It was the same for our youth archery setup, held without incident since 2015, highly controlled, constantly supervised, and with participating youth receiving one-on-one instruction from a trained archery instructor with decades of experience between them. It was suddenly a huge red flag for your legal department. The Southwest Outdoors Club carries special events insurance through the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters in excess of the municipal requirements. So to the members of the archery club volunteering their time and traveling from outside the municipality to assist, but the municipal staff continued to balk at the idea as a whole, and in the end, only conceded after we jumped through numerous additional hurdles, which again made no actual difference in operations. It was just one time wasted thing after another, exhausting my patience when at one point I was asked to draw a map of the venue, labeling all the exits, fire extinguisher placements, etc. for a municipally owned building, a building your staff maintains every single day. Nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing about this event has changed from previous years when it had been approved with less than half the municipal interference and was carried out with no incidents or concerns. Obviously, I'm aware the municipality has to ensure events of this scale are not put together haphazardly and are properly supervised. But I would expect a 10-year plus record of success without incident to count for something. Simply put, there has to be a better way. Our club was not reinventing the wheel here annually, and the approval process should reflect that. The Big Buck Sportsman Show has evolved into a well-oiled machine many years ago now. To wrap up, as a community volunteer, I should not have encounters with the municipal staff where I'm made to feel that they are doing me some huge personal favor. No, I should not have to waste time debating the difference between a permanent archery range setup by an archers club and a 3-hour special event range set up in a separate room, fenced off, where every kid who picks up a bow within 2 feet of a trained instructor. Our own insurance carrier backed our position, and yet they still weren't good enough. Instead, 3 busy volunteers wasted a few hours and sent numerous emails over the course of 2 days for absolutely nothing other than to technically mollify a municipal employee. Most importantly, I and those from across Chatham-Kent who fill similar roles should feel like we are being assisted because the municipality sees the value of our event and the work we are able to do for our community, especially its youth, due to those event successes. Nobody is looking for a pat on the back here, but I don't think it's too much to ask not to be treated like a bunch of brainless hooligans looking to orchestrate a free-for-all dust-up. And that's the end of our deputations, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, we'll go to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the following items have been pulled for discussion, and I think we have captured them all. 15A, Sole Source 2022 Fall Speaker Event, pulled by Councillor Kirkwood White. 15B, Sole Source Perfect Mind Cloud-Based Services, pulled by Councillor Brock McGregor. 15G, Purchase of 15 pickup trucks, pulled by Councillor Sakachi. And 15H, Purchase of 5 tractor loaders, pulled by Councillor Kirkwood White. We have item 16A, which is the 2021 Integris Annual General Meeting Report, and there is a presentation by Jim Hogan. Item 17A, the Municipal Development Charges. That item has been pulled by Councillor Latimer. 17B, Update on Imagine Chatham-Kent Consultation and Due Diligence. This has been pulled by Councillor Latimer, Councillor Sakachi, Councillor Harrigan, and Councillor Pinsino. Item 19A is Senior Center COVID-19 Recovery, pulled by Councillor Latimer and Councillor Carmen McGregor. Item 19B, Installation of Video Surveillance Systems for Municipality of Chatham-Kent's Public Housing Apartment Complex, pulled by Councillor Sakachi. Item 20D, motion of Councillor Harrigan regarding walking trail commemorative naming after former Councillor Brian Fluker, pulled by Councillor Harrigan. Item 21A, waste management service review 2022, pulled by Councillor Thompson, Councillor Latimer, Councillor Sakachi, and Councillor Harrigan, and we have a conflict of interest by Councillor Wright. Item 21F, encroachment of the wildwood by the lake, pulled by Councillor Wright. Item 21J, the motion of Councillor Carmen McGregor, the municipally owned cemeteries. There is a conflict by Councillor Thompson. And item 22A, motion of Councillor Thompson, the public awareness of the volunteer firefighters and flashing green lights has been pulled by Councillor Pinsino and Councillor Thompson. Therefore, the remaining items to be approved in the consent agenda are as follows. 14AB, 15C, D, E, F, and I, items 17C, D, and E, 18A, B, C, D, E, 19C, 20A, B, C, and 21B, C, D, E, G, H, I, and K.
Councillor Oche and Councillor Solomon, can I get you to move the consent agenda, please?
I would move that.
Second.
Okay.
Hey, point
with
of
that-
order, I wanted 21A. I might have put 21B, but I wanted 21A.
We have you down for 21A.
Okay, these are the ones, never mind,
In the
thank you.
consent, yeah.
All right, with that, see no questions, we'll put it to vote.
Just waiting for one more, council. There we go. All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0.
Item 15, tender awards.
15A, Sole Source 2022 Fall Speaker Event.
Councillor Kirkwood White and Councillor Harrigan, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved, your worship.
Seconded.
Councillor Kirkwood White, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you, your worship, to Amy Wilcox. In the spirit of transparency, I'd just like to know what a 2022 fall speaker event is. I know that the reference is to a tender award, but I'm not sure that the report to council references what this fall speaker event is all about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Harrigan. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some clarification. The 2022 Fall Speaker Event. So in recognition of the efforts of our staff during 2 years of pivoting and taking on additional responsibilities during COVID, we wanted to provide a half day for professional development and team building for our staff. We also reached out to other community partners who and other for-profit organizations who would want to participate with us and help to fund this event. And so the event would have a keynote speaker, which is the cost that you see on the screen right now, with additional speakers joining them. And would like just to provide some clarification, although we had hoped to proceed in the fall. However, due to projected increasing in COVID numbers and the thought that there possibly could be a new wave, we have made the decision to reschedule the fall, so to speak, basically put it on hold until a later time.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay, see no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-2. Moving on to item 15B, sole source Perfect Mind cloud-based services.
Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Krug, can I get you to move this, please?
I didn't want to move it just yet. I had a few questions before
Okay.
that.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor B. McGregor.
Thanks. The question is the sole source nature of this. So certainly understand that Perfect Mind services are only offered by Perfect Mind Incorporated. So that kind of makes some sense. But I wondered why we didn't put this out to see what other options are out there, and if there might be a more competitive price for a similar product from another company, and how that decision was made. I didn't see an addendum on the report that shows how this was adopted in 2019. So wondering if someone can walk through how that's happened.
Hi, Councillor McGregor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to address that. This is James Sparks. We originally purchased this software about 5 years ago, which we leveraged a competitive RFP for the selected solution. So through this, we've seen significant investment in the software and integration over the 2-year implementation. It was felt that changing products after only 5 years of use would decrease value that we realized was such a significant capital investment. Overall, the feedback and from customer service and business units has been very positive over this product. Unfortunately, the release of this product took place over COVID, which really hampered the ability for us to leverage its ability for booking activities such as swimming lessons and so on, but we were able to leverage it for our vaccine clinics to do bookings.
Yeah, certainly understand that, and a little bit familiar with the customer end of the product. Booking a few things, but it's hard to glean maybe the value from the report in how that value is there without going out to see another market solution, and just using on the customer end. I can imagine that there might be some products that might even be a little bit better. I know it's a little challenging to do cancellations and those types of things, and maybe not as user friendly as it could be. So just if it being a product that is purchased 5 years old, software changes quickly, just wondering that there could be a better solution out there. From a process perspective, what happens if we were either to not approve this tonight or we sent it back? Is there an avenue to get to an open process? What do those timelines look like?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I may defer this to our director, Catherine Fitzgerald, as she was part of the original deployment for this platform.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, if at this point we were to go to another procurement process, we would have to do another RFP, which would be about a 6-month process. In addition, as James mentioned, there was about a 2-year effort to implement the product. And while the facility booking and recreation program is the public facing part, as you mentioned, the major integration was actually in our point of sale processing. So this is how both online and in person transactions are managed through this system. So there's integrations currently with our tax system, with our utility bill payment systems, as well as all our permits and licensing and application systems. So it was a very significant investment that we've made in that point of sale module using this product. I will say it is a limited market in terms of that point of sale and that functionality for integration that we know of from other municipalities. So if we did go to RFP, we think it would probably, because of that integration part, it would probably be yet another 2-year implementation to get all of those integrations working again. If we were to separate the recreation facilities and booking from the point of sale part, and so that's separating the public facing from the administrative piece, we would have to do 2 RFPs then, and perhaps streamline the a replacement of the public facing portion, if that was the direction of council. Our renewal for this is in October, so we are at a short crunch for this. So really it would have been something we could have come to council for some direction on a couple of years ago if this was needing to be changed. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, do you have anything else?
Yes, thank you for the response and certainly appreciate the October renewal. Yeah, I'm still a little uncomfortable with the sole source nature of it when we've had this much time with it and understanding the challenges, but I think that you know, following that procurement, we might have been able to get a better price or even a better product, understanding that there would be, you know, some additional work that might occur with that. You know, I'm just a little uncomfortable with this as a sole source, but you know, appreciate the work in the report and the answers to those questions. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Sorry, Mayor Caniff, I don't think there was a mover and a seconder for it yet.
Sorry, I was talking with my mute on. That's correct. I don't think Brock moved it at the beginning. Can we just get a mover and seconder now for the
Yes.
and then we'll continue on with the vote.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Crew, can I get you to move this, please?
I'll move the recommendations.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, then we'll put this to vote.
Just waiting for a couple more councillors.
Sorry, mine didn't pop up.
Okay, how would you like to vote?
Vote no, thanks.
Okay, anyone else?
Judy, mine didn't pop up either, but I'll vote yes.
Okay.
Nor mine, Judy. Councillor Latimer, I'll vote
Okay.
yes.
Sorry, Meredith, can we just restart? Because now I have more votes than I need. We'll restart this particular one, sorry.
I'm not sure if Judy's having some technical
Judy,
issues, but
Sorry, I just don't see it up there.
oh, okay, sorry. All
can read
votes
it,
are
Mary.
in, yeah. And the motion passes 18-4.
18-4. Well,
14-4.
okay, that sounds makes more sense.
Sorry about that. Okay. Moving on to the next tender is 15G, purchase of 15 pickup trucks.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Crew, going to get you to move this, please.
Happy to put it on the floor, Mayor Caniff.
I'll second it.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Caniff. And I do apologize because I know the time is a little bit sensitive right now with how big of a meeting this is, but I do have some questions. Shahir was nice enough to take some of my calls today. But I have some questions in regards to, I know this came for approval. I don't have the report, but I think it was in May for these 15 units. And I'm just curious, Shahir, what would you consider roughly, would this be a percentage of our fleet? And I'm not talking about emergency fleet in our police fleet. I'm just talking relatively to these types of the pickups here.
So it would be around the 10% mark, I would say. I mean, we have a total of 112 fleet vehicles within the municipality of Chatham-Kent, excluding, as you mentioned, emergency vehicles. So
sure.
Based on that, we are replacing 15 vehicles this year and be around that 10% mark.
Yeah, so I am greatly appreciative of the call today. There's a few reports I was going to pull, but you were helpful on them. So I guess my point, and I just want to kind of, kind of emphasize this to my fellow councilors is that, I know in May this it came through of about a list of different vehicles that would have to be replaced. It was not my understanding, to be very transparent on my own interpretation, that all these would be coming back at one time. And I'm just curious to see, and I know I'm not sure if you're able to answer this or Mr. Brown's able to answer this question, but is it normal for us to, because this is only my 4th year on council, but to see a 10% allocation of funds towards vehicles in one time, is that something that's normal? Like, or do we just, was it some not great planning on our behalf so that these aren't a few less each year? It just seems to be an awful amount of money. And I know that you said in our conversations, and I'm giving you a lot to respond to, I know you said in conversations that it was very important for the operational aspects of the fleet. But when I'm looking through the the focus and critical success factors, I didn't really see any mention about the environmental aspects in the types of trucks that we were seeing, or I didn't really see anything. It says that it's neutral, does not support negatively or positively anything. So I know there's money allocated there, but do we really have to replace 10% of our inventory in one purchase?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So basically, as you can see on that list, we have multiple vehicles. Our current replacement plan is 8 years. Most of these vehicles are over that life cycle that is allocated to these vehicles. One of the vehicles is a 2003 model year, some are 2009. We have tried our best to extend their life, use them for as many years as we can. It's just that they have aligned and are getting replaced this year. Furthermore, of course, we are having supply chain issues, which means we are trying to replace vehicles that might not come in for a year or two ahead of time as well. Furthermore, a few of these vehicles will basically stay in the fleet. We have a few vehicles that are not life cycle. So they will be going out, and these vehicles would be replacing those non-life cycle vehicles.
And I do appreciate the response, and I do appreciate the conversation earlier. Unfortunately, at this time, I just think allocating this much funds. I know it's it's been budgeted for it, but to replace 15 vehicles in one time is just not something that I can support at this time. I'm not sure if my other co-councilors have anything else to add. It's just I would have liked to seen it kind of like a in 2 or 3 purchases. Do we save any money by buying this many vehicles at one time, or is that something you're not really able to respond to?
Yes, we do get a discount on these vehicles, a municipal discount when we buy these vehicles. So yes, we were able to save some money over there.
Sorry, I guess my question is, if we were to buy 5, do they give us a better purchase price if we're buying 10? Because there's nothing really in the report that indicates if there's a cost savings by purchasing that in that amount. And I like I said, I do appreciate all your responses, but what you say right now is not going to change my opinion, which I do respectfully like I said, appreciate that your diligence in this. It's just that I cannot support this at this time with this volume of purchases. So thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do not get any discounts based on the volume of these vehicles.
Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. My only question is regarding the bidding process. I see Ford is the only one bidding. Is there a reason for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure about what exactly are the reasons, but from what I understand is because there's such a shortage of vehicles in the market, manufacturers and dealers are basically able to sell them off at a higher price than MSRP at the moment, and therefore they are not bidding on these vehicle tenders.
Okay. Ford must be the only company that that has a better supply of vehicles, I guess, maybe. So, okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. Do we have any idea what inflation is running on vehicles these days?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I do not have the number as to what exactly inflation numbers are for the vehicles, but yes, it has been high. Prices have gone up higher over the past 2 years on these vehicles.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, or rather, it's a thought exercise, how much more we'd end up paying if we did spread this out over 2 or 3 years. I mean, I guess the other side of that is maybe the recession hits and car prices come down. I don't know. Just thinking out loud, I was just wondering, you said this was about 10% of the fleet?
It is, I think through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is 10% of the fleet, but we only have around 68 life cycle vehicles. The rest are not life cycle.
Okay, thank you.
And as far as the point where recession would hit and market would come down, we are already going to wait for a full year for us to have these vehicles on our lot. So there is a major supply chain shortage when it comes to vehicles. So highly unlikely that prices would be coming down any soon, especially on common vehicles such as a Ford pickup truck.
Tony, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of council, I believe we also need to keep in mind that continuing to maintain aged vehicles, the reliability factor decreases. So for works that they're being relied upon to support is going to be impacted, as well as maintenance costs for older vehicles. The tendency, of course, is for higher than normal costs for maintenance. As a result, those would be out of service and again contributing to loss of productivity. So I think there's a fine line of balance with the replacement of vehicles in the fleet, particularly those that are in high use for reliability purposes, as well as any trade-in value that might be realized that goes toward the replacement cost of those life cycle vehicles.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-1. The final tender award is H, purchase of 5 tractor loaders.
Councillor Kirkwood White and Councillor Bondy, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved, Your Worship.
And seconded, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood White, floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. If this particular motion passes, we will have spent $3.6 million over the last 6 motions. And my question is related to something that Mr. Haddad mentioned. I would like to know where do the retired pieces of equipment go? And is there any possibility of retrieving any funds through the sale of the used equipment, parts, or scrap when we're disposing of these vehicles?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to take over that question.
Certainly, go ahead.
Yes, we do basically either trade in our equipment and vehicles or sell them based on their condition. And that funding basically is allocated to our fleet reserve.
So based on the amount of money that we have spent, the 3.6 million over the last 6 motions, what would you guess might have come back to us through resale or other ways to generate revenue to offset these costs for the reserve fund?
through you, Mr. Mayor, it's really difficult for me to say at this point as to what exactly is the amount that we have gotten over the years. But we do get a significant amount on these pieces of equipment. And it all basically depends on their condition when they're being traded in as well. A lot of our stuff, because a lot of our items which have spent a lot more time as compared to their allocated life cycle time, basically end up in scrapyard.
Mhm.
So Gord, I think, is going to help you out with the answer on that, Shahir. Gord, over to you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add that we worked in finance, we worked with fleet to develop the model and update it quite often, which has a disposal revenue line into that model. So we, for every class of vehicle, we have on average what they sell for, whether that's an ambulance or a fire truck or whatever, and that's all included in the model of our life cycle funding model for a fleet. So we keep an eye on those resale values as well, and as they go up, that helps to offset some of those inflation increases that are hitting the new vehicles.
Thanks very much, Gord. Appreciate that.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Just waiting for one more. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
Okay, we'll go to item 16, Integris.
16A, 2021 Integris Annual General Meeting Report. And we have a presentation by Jim Hogan, the President and CEO of Integris, Inc.
Okay, we'll pass it over to Jim for a short presentation.
Great. Thank you, Judy. And thank you, Mr. Mayor and all of council. It's my pleasure to be here to provide you the 2021 results. Now, Meredith is going to put up my presentation and help me through this. So, great. Thank you. Next slide, please. So Integris Inc. has 4 subsidiaries, the largest subsidiary being Integris Power Lines. That's our electricity distribution company. And in any given year, Integris Power Lines provides somewhere between 75 and 80% of our earnings on an annual basis. Now, Integris Power Lines is regulated by the Ontario Energy Board. So we have significant reporting to the Ontario Energy Board, as well as they approve our rates, and many of the services we provide are based upon the various codes and guidelines that are approved at the Ontario Energy Board. One of the things the Ontario Energy Board does on an annual basis is ranks all utilities. There's about 60 utilities in Ontario. Ranks all utilities to how efficient they are. They put them into 5 different cohorts. Our goal is to be in the second cohort, and we feel that's a good balance between being an efficient utility as well as making appropriate investments in operating costs and capital costs. And in 2021, we were ranked in the second cohort, but most recently, in the last month or so, the report came out for this year, and we were actually ranked in the first cohort, is in the top efficient utilities in Ontario. Next slide, please. Health and safety, as you can imagine, is a key core for our organization. And one of the things, processes we have to ensure we have a good safety culture, and supporting us in our safety culture is the Industrial Health and Safety Association, their certificate of a recognition program. We've been in this program for a number of years now, and in 2021 we maintained our certification with a 96% score. Next slide, please. We're a community-focused organization, community-minded. This is the employees as well as the overall organization. Once again, we were able to provide almost more than $400,000 support to the various communities we serve. And once again, our focus is really around agencies that assist those in need. As we all know, there's not just because of the pandemic, but just in general, that a lot of people are in need, and those are where we've focused on. In 2021, some of the groups we participated or supported: Habitat for Humanity in Chatham-Kent, United Way. We've done a lot in all of the communities, and then in St. Thomas we did the Endwell housing project. Next slide, please. Thank you. Continue to have significant turnover. A lot of retirees, and that's really the bulk of our turnover. One of the nice parts of this is we've been able to have some internal transfers and promotions. So, some opportunities for the good talent that we have that are here, giving them an opportunity to do some different things here at Integris. One good thing is our average age is now down to 43, so it's continuing to decrease. That's good, bringing in new blood, new talent, but we are losing some really experienced employees, and we're losing some of that key knowledge. But we're very fortunate with the team we've been able to attract and retain. We now have more engineers and professional accountants than we've had, and we continue to work really hard and support our trades group and assisting them, moving them along their various certifications. So we're making sure that our line staff and metering staff and others are maintaining their skills and bringing some new talent along and ensuring that they have the appropriate qualifications to maintain the service for our customers. And the next slide. Good customer growth in all of our communities. I know we know it here in Chatham-Kent. So, 1.3% increase in customers, which is great. It used to take us 3 years to get to that. So it's exciting and challenging, and we're doing a good job there. And one thing we do on an annual basis is a customer satisfaction survey. And once again, a very good score, and we were 92% last year. Investing in our distribution system and all of our capital programs, very important. $16.7 million. So again, a very healthy number that we are investing in the distribution system. We're modernizing it. We're converting the project. So as you can imagine, much of our system is 50, 60, 70 years old. So it's old technology. So we're really working hard to bring up the standards, and we all hear about electrification of just about everything as we move forward, more electric vehicles and customers wanting to generate their own electricity. Well, in order for them to do that, we need a modern system. So we continue to invest heavily. 3 significant projects in Chatham-Kent. We're on Merritt Avenue, Missioner Road, and Stanley. And also we continue to have significant make-ready work for fiber to the home. I think we all know high-speed internet is very important for any home as well as business. We have a couple of very good service providers here in our community, and we've been spending a lot of money and a lot of time to supporting them so that they can expand their services to our residents here in Chatham-Kent. And then again, as when I talked about the customers, significant, substantial subdivision growth and really in all service territory. So it's a great problem to have, and we're working hard with our many developers. Next, Integris Services, that's where we have our data center and the fiber services in St. Thomas. One of the projects that we started the end of last year and completed this year was selling the fiber business. And in St. Thomas, we were successful in completing that. The city of St. Thomas is very happy with the partner that's taken over. That's start.ca. They're out of London. And one of the things we're pleased with is in our business plan this year, there was an opportunity for us to provide an additional dividend of over $300,000. It was contingent upon this sale. Sales completed, so we will be able to declare that dividend sometime this year. Municipality of Chatham-Kent owning around 71% of Integris would mean that we'll be able to provide an additional little more than $210,000 to the Municipality of Chatham-Kent this year as a return on that investment. And we have the Integris Transmission Company, and that's where we support the renewable generation in Chatham-Kent, and that's still going well, and we have I think it's the South Kent Wind that is has an easement on there, and that revenue is continuing. So, and then the next slide, Integris Renewable, that's where we have the 15% investment in the wind project. That'd be North Kent Wind. Financial returns are still very good. I think once again the returns are higher than expected, so they're still doing a great job. We're a silent partner, but it's been a good investment for us and our shareholders. And the next one, please. So another good, strong financial year. Electricity revenue remains strong, with the customer growth. Maintaining our operating costs, as I said, we were recognized again to be quite efficient with the Ontario Energy Board. And when I look at our total earnings, approximately 45% of that comes from the customers here in Chatham-Kent. So the other 55%, so majority of our earnings comes from the expansion that we've made into the other communities, where we're in St. Thomas and Strathroy and a number of other smaller communities, as well as the number of unregulated businesses. So the strategies of Integris and the support of our shareholders has allowed us to increase our revenue and earnings, and to increase it, outside of the residents of Chatham-Kent. So I think that's something we should all be proud of. And then once again, a strong dividend, $5.8 million. I think that was 2 years. We've declared $5.8 million of dividends. And to put it in comparing to some other utilities, there's 3 municipal utilities in Essex County. So that's not including Hydro One. They're not municipally owned, but there's 3. They paid a total of all 3 of them. They paid a total of $6 million. So, we're very proud that, we're providing a good return for our shareholders. And I think that's another indication of the success that we have. And the next slide. So here the resolutions for our annual general meeting, and first is that we're looking for our shareholders to approve the December 31, 2021 audited financial statements. They're being recommended for approval from the directors of of Integris Inc. And then the next resolution is the appointment of the board members, and you can see the list there, where we have 2 council representatives, one being Councillor Solomon, Mayor Darren Caniff, and then there are 4 independent board members that are appointed by Chatham-Kent, and then also the representative from Corix, and then 2 representatives from the city of St. Thomas. And then our last resolution here, we will come back to council. One of the items that we look for in an annual general meeting is approval of the auditors. And we'll be going out for an RFP process to select the 2022 auditors. I believe the municipality of Chatham-Kent will be doing a similar process. The auditors that we did have in the past had said that their 2022 fees were going to be a significant increase, and we thought it was appropriate for us to go out with an RFP, see if we can get continue, of course, important to have quality auditors, but also at a more reasonable rate. So once we go through that process, have a recommendation from our board, we will come back to council, our shareholders, and look for the approval of the auditors for a 2022 audit. So with that, that's my presentation, and I will answer any questions that any council members may have.
Councillor Solomon and Councillor Sakachi, can I get you what's on the floor, please? these
Thank you,
motions?
Worship. Yes, I would move all the resolutions that have been presented.
Councillor Scotchy?
Happy to second it, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, any questions? Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0.
Well, thank you very much, and hope everybody has a good evening.
Thanks, Jim.
You're welcome.
Item 17, community development.
17A, municipal development charges.
Councillor Latimer and Councillor B. McGregor, can I get you puts on the floor, please?
Glad to do that. I have a couple of questions.
I'll second it.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, go ahead.
Thank you through the mayor. I just wanted clarification because I got called about this afternoon. I thought I understood it, but now the bed, the non-residential development and the bunk houses, it's for special. It's a quarter of the special. What do they call it? I'm trying to get to my chart here. A quarter of the special care or special dwelling units. How many beds is a special dwelling unit encompass, or what is that? Like, I think we're trying, are we comparing apples to apples or apples to oranges?
Thank you, Your Worship. Bruce McAllister here, General Manager of Community Development. So the size of a special care unit could vary as well, just like a bunkhouse could. So that is essentially the 25% charge is following council direction from the water and wastewater development charge bylaw that was set at 25 years ago back in 2019. So that's basically, we were just trying to be consistent with that development charge bylaw and direction from council. Mm-hmm.
I understand that, and I think they can appreciate that you are, you're attempting to be consistent, which I appreciate that. But there is some concern there that, I mean, a special care and dwelling unit, it may have up to how many, right, units in it, and you're charging them per bed. Saying that, I do appreciate that the report noted the farmers' concerns, and I do appreciate that it was clarified that the farm buildings means that agri-processing operations would be exempted, and so that's a good thing here. I also appreciate that you noted that the 25% charge or is a consistent approach, which most other municipalities in Ontario follow, and that your approach is consistent with the Ontario Federation of Agricultural's policy position. So I just wanted to make note of that there is some concern in the community, in the farming community, with regard to the fact that although you're giving them a break, and they do recognize that when they build, that those services are taxed. So I guess I just wanted to say that in public and see if there was any consideration given to the apples versus oranges, and not just consistently applying the same or using the same process or procedure we did with the water and wastewater. So thanks.
Okay, Councillor Pinsino, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned this is gonna slow new projects. we made a conscious decision a few years back that we would kind of keep this in check, and it promotes growth. I just wonder, by raising these, and I know right now we're in a building boom and everything's moving forward, but that's going to come to an end shortly, and then we're going to be back to begging for people to start building again. I don't know. This is a good idea. Thanks.
Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The only comment I just wanted to make is to Mr. Quinton. So Mr. Quinton, just in follow up to Councillor Pinsonneau's comments, with the way that we're growing right now, if we didn't put these types of things in place, can you just briefly kind of touch on the pressures that it would put on our current tax base on a regular basis, and not just in every aspect, not just residential, but commercial and agricultural? If we don't go down this way, if we continue to even grow at somewhat of a pace we are, as I forget the firm's name that we had in that kind of went down the growth anticipations and the projections, but what kind of pressure would this put on our tax base if we did not approve something like this moving forward for growth, paying for growth? Sorry, Watson and Associates. My bad. It just escaped me for a second.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yeah. So we're right. We have considered this in the past. And the last time we were getting close to considering this was when a large recession hit in 2008-9, and at that point in time, we canceled all plans to move forward with it. What the studies seem to find is that there really is little difference in the amount of growth that happens when a DC comes on. And in some ways it spurs growth because we're able to do a lot of the capital projects that are needed for that growth there, for the growth. That our only other solution would be to raise taxes even more to get those jobs done. So development charges can greatly improve the facilities that are available in a municipality, and are generally welcomed by the development community to actually spur on continued growth as those amenities and betterments are made. This would have just a huge impact on our upcoming budgets, both the 2023 and our multi-year budget for 2024 to 2027. If we did not have development charges and had to pay for all these capital budgets on our own, we basically have to double the size of our capital budget from 18 million to 15 or 16 million to try to keep up with the projects that are being asked for.
Thank you. And the last point I wanted to make, Mr. Quinton, is that if we didn't put these types in place, how significantly would it impact our infrastructure asset plan? From the allocation of the funds we put in there, if we're continuing to have to put significant funds in place to pay for new capital infrastructure to support development without actually receiving any development charges. What types of what would happen, you think, to our management of the infrastructure moving forward, and how much would that impact how much we're then having to put into that fund?
Thank you again. So as we add more infrastructure, we're basically adding, use the fleet analogy that we went through tonight, we're adding more to the fleet as we add more roads, more subdivisions. That all, there's three types of costs when a subdivision comes on. There's the cost of the subdivision initially is paid by the developer, but Chatham-Kent taxpayers need to build the arterial roads, and perhaps there needs to be stoplights and eventually it becomes more, you need extra ambulance, you need an extra snowplow, you need all these things to do with that. The developers don't pay for that part of it, and they'll be there forever. So there's the life cycle charge, life cycle needs, you know, I mentioned a snowplow. Well, every 15 years, you'll have to replace that snowplow as well. So at least by getting the initial purchase of the capital covered by the development charges, then the ongoing life cycle costs, at least there should be a greater tax base with all those new houses that are able to fund the growth part of the life cycle and operating costs. So I guess overall what I'm saying is right now, just current taxpayers are paying for all of this work, except for the local road that was paid for by the developer in selling lots. The current taxpayer is just being faced with it all right now, and that it's one of the reasons that we have continual pressure on our taxes, and we still will have a rather small development charge in comparison across the province. I know areas in and around the Toronto area are getting up to around somewhere is up to $200,000 on development charges on a single house now, because of all the expansion of roads are going to have to happen then. So we think this is a reasonable amount, and it just it will have a positive effect on our future tax increases.
Thank you, Mr. Quinton. And I think that this council, I can consider myself in this conversation as well. We kind of put the hammer down to the infrastructure budget this last year here. I think that if we don't do something like this, we're going to continue to have to kind of, pound down the taxes, and it's going to have severe impacts on the infrastructure. And, we already see that we're running a shortfall in how much we put away. So I think that, unfortunately, you don't want to take that risk of impacting the spur of development right now. But I think that at this point, there's really no other option. And hearing from yourself and reading the report, the information from Watson Associates, as well as Mr. McAllister, I think some of them are a little bit on the high side, but I guess you have to listen to yourself and the experts to say that they're reasonable, but it's just not it's not prudent to continue to not have any development charges, or we're just going to continue to fall behind further and further, and it's going to be even more challenging these upcoming years for budget. So I do appreciate your time and the responses to those questions. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Just waiting for one more. All votes are in. Motion passes 15-2. 17B, update on image Chatham-Kent consultation and due diligence.
Councillor Latimer and Councillor Scotchy, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
I'll put it on the floor.
Happy to second it, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, the floor is yours, then followed by Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, through the mayor. I had sent some questions through earlier, but I would like someone to respond to what is the timeline for this additional due diligence and stakeholder and community engagement report back to council. And please tell us about the RFP date as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. Bruce McAllister here, General Manager of Community Development. I did have a few slides here that I think would benefit everybody if I could go through them and answer some of these questions, or maybe some anticipated questions. If somebody could just verify you can see my screen now.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you. So thank you. So first off, I'd also just like to acknowledge quickly that I have Ian Clark from Infrastructure Engineering Services, who's been greatly assisting as the assistant project team lead on this project. also along with various other members of administration. Certainly while I've been acting as the project lead for this proposal, there's certainly been a lot of input from various members of administration as we move forward with this proposal. First off, I'd just like to just give a quick summary of the public consultation to date. So between June 14th and July 17th, administration invited public comment on the Imagine CK proposal as presented to council back on June 13th through our Let's Talk Chatham-Kent platform. So we did receive 108 submissions by members of the public, and we reviewed all those submissions and included them in Appendix A to the report that you received here. The submissions were very descriptive in nature, with many individuals providing qualifying statements of either support or opposition, but also specific concerns or other ideas or even outstanding questions that they may have. Some questions posed by the public were addressed in the frequently asked questions page that's provided in Appendix B to the report that we prepared to either address some of the the common questions. Other questions that remain to be addressed will take place through further due diligence as directed by council. Certainly the submissions that we received from the public have informed this report's recommendations. And it certainly wasn't the intent that this would be the last point of public consultation as we work through the next stages of this proposal. So with regard to the initial due diligence that we've been able to undertake here over the past several weeks since the proposal came forward in mid-June, the report does include a summary of this initial due diligence. Without getting into a detailed summary of the various estimates, the report does highlight a review of our existing building valuations, the building capital operating and life cycle expenses. And then there is a review of the proposal itself, including its strategic alignment with various council's planned strategies and other planned studies, strategies, and priorities that council set over the course of the years. There is a review of the initial project estimates that were have been provided. And then other operating service and cost considerations are also considered in this. So maybe just to quickly look at the building value. As part of the due diligence process, we did obtain certified appraisals for the 3 municipal buildings in which the operations may be accommodated within the proposal's phase 1 development. So for clarity, phase 1 is the proposal to renovate the old Sears building to accommodate the Civic Center, the library, and aspects of the cultural center. So based on those certified appraisals, the appraisals came back at just under $10 million. That doesn't include the fire station right now. Decisions on the fire station have not certainly been made. Any future decisions of council based on what recommendations would eventually come forward to the completion of the fire master plan down the road. It should be noted that council certainly would be under no obligation to divest these buildings. Recommendations on their future are not included in this report and should be informed through future stakeholder engagement and further analysis. Within the terms of the proposal, the community partners have offered a floor bid, though, for each building in order to mitigate risk to the municipality. However, if council chooses to divest these properties in the future, they could also be placed for sale on the open market to attract the best and highest bid in the future. So this is this slide, and it's in the report as well, does provide updated estimates for renovations, upcoming life cycle requirements, ongoing operating costs, have all been calculated for the same 3 municipal buildings potentially impacted by the first phase. So for the purposes of this report, it is assumed capital costs would be avoided with building divestment. Capital projects listed have not been approved by council and are subject to further debate, service level changes, repurposing, or potential reprioritization among other building projects as well. So right now, the initial capital cost avoidance numbers are coming in at around about 32.4 million. However, I think it's important to note here that this does not include all unknown risks of potential future costs that may come about given the the age of all our facilities here as well. So the initial project cost estimates, the community partners have provided an estimate of approximately $35 million, excluding HST, for the general construction of phase 1. A detailed cost breakdown was compiled by a third-party construction management firm that the municipality did receive. The total estimate that administration is provided here of $53 million also includes our HST taxes less municipal government rebate, land purchase, architectural and engineering consultation, contract administration. There's also a 15% contingency and an additional 15% for material and labor escalation, factoring inflation that we're seeing. So in essence, there's a 30%, I'll call it a contingency for simple terms here, added on to the cost. I think to give more of an accurate representation just based on inflation at the current state right now as well. Certainly, this is a very initial estimate based on preliminary drawings at this point and subject to scope finalization and further negotiation with community partners. So for the second phase, so this would be the entertainment complex and the mall portion. The range has been provided for phase 2 estimate. Certainly due to the uncertain scope of the entertainment complex at this point in time. So because we still need direction from council on its final, size and intended usage to reduce the variability in these cost estimates. It is recommended council's decision be informed by further due diligence outlined in this report. Right now, the low end estimate has been compiled based on an initial $49 million, excluding HST, an estimate that was received from the community partners and completed by a third-party consultant that specializes in entertainment complex developments in various locations across Canada. Just for clarity, this is based on right now a 3,800 seat arena with 200 standing room or 400 person capacity in a single bowl arena complex. The municipality's estimate includes taxes less rebate, architectural engineering consultation, contract admin, and contingency as well. Land acquisition costs for phase 2 are expected to be minimal under the initial terms presented by the community partners. So pending direction from council on further due diligence, funding source recommendations will be outlined in the future. However, it's anticipated that phase 2, it will be recommended to be conditional on the securement of other sources of funding to cover a portion of the costs. So recommended next steps in further due diligence. The first recommendation is that we designate Imagine Chatham-Kent as a priority project due to its strategic alignment. And what we're getting at there is that this designation is intended to certainly transparently identify the project as warranting further resources necessary to determine in a responsible and timely manner its overall value for taxpayer dollars, its business validity, and to ensure final decisions regarding scope reflect the current and future needs of the community. Moving forward, for clarification, despite this designation, no final decisions on project approval are being requested of council here tonight or at this time. Rather, the project will be prioritized to proceed with further due diligence. Additional reports will be brought to council when the project is at a stage where approval decisions can be considered. So with regard to the further due diligence that we're specifically recommending in the report, administration is recommending up to $2 million right now be allocated for further due diligence on the proposal to be funded from the building lifecycle reserve. This funding is required for professional service for validation of municipal value received from the proposal, retaining outside legal counsel to initiate legal negotiation of the terms of a development agreement with community partners, additional public consultation, business case assessment, advancing the project scope and the schematic designs, but working with the partners to refine the budget estimates and overall project management of this project going forward. Simply put, based on the scale of this proposal, its outstanding questions, risks, and public demand for further input, administration has determined there's there currently isn't sufficient capacity internally for the significant due diligence required to advance this project in a responsible and timely manner that we believe are expected by all parties involved in this project. So it is recommended a request for proposal be issued immediately after if council gives direction for the purpose of acquiring a qualified and independent firm to oversee several aspects of the next stage of due diligence. This firm will be tasked with the following, but not limited to, conducting public consultation with impacted user groups, committees, municipal departments, and the general public to determine the recommended final scope of new municipal facilities, as well as its risk and recommended mitigation measures to outstanding items outlined in the report. Secondly, conduct a feasibility and business case assessment of phase 1 and phase 2 to further understand operating and financial impact to the municipality, along with recommended mitigation measures. This includes impacts to downtown infrastructure, traffic, parking, transit, and business activities. Working with the community partners and designated consultants to advance designs to a stage necessary to inform subsequent project decisions and financial commitment based on recommendations resulting from the above steps I just outlined. And then lastly, also the responsibility would be to provide third-party assessment and validation of best value with regards to financial and engineering scope. So certainly, just to conclude here, it's anticipated the recommendations from this firm will assist administration and council with final project decisions going forward. So with that, Your Worship, I'll stop there and turn it over to you for questions.
So, Councillor Latimer, did any of your questions get answered, or is there something specific you still need from that?
I still want a timeline stated publicly. So I'm understanding you're going to send out the RFP. You're gonna decide you award the RFP to probably around the first week of October. Is that correct?
Thank you, Your Worship. That the intent is to release the RFP within the next couple of days. We need to give it 4 or 5 weeks for the consultants to review and submit proposals. And then our goal is to have a report either the last council meeting of September or back at the last meeting of this council. I think it's October 3rd. And from that standpoint, we're asking the consultant to plan a schedule for phase 1 with final recommendations on scope, value, and direction on next steps to be received within 4 months after that effort starts. So we're looking into probably February for phase 1.
Okay.
Sorry, Your Worship. And just on phase 2, we're asking that next steps are received within 6 months from the consultant as well.
So that's by March, April?
Yes.
Right. And okay. So, all right. So it's expected that the consultant will conduct phase 1 and phase 2 focused activities concurrently where appropriate.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Okay.
So they're working on it together.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted that stated publicly. I have 2 other questions that I just want to have got a comment. My second question is, and this keeps coming up over and over. Everyone calls me on this. There is not enough parking in downtown now when major events are held at the Capitol Theatre or in the downtown venue. How is adequate parking for a twin pad arena or a 4,000 seat entertainment venue going to be provided? And viewing the only thing we've seen so far is just the parking garage, and it's up for grabs who's going to actually own that, with it favoring towards us owning that. So is the parking issue expected to be addressed fully within that first report?
Thank you, Your Worship. So that is one of the steps on phase 2. That's why I mentioned 6 months. The intent there is for the consultant to perform that feasibility and business case. And, one of the pieces will be to look at, what are the parking considerations, traffic considerations, transit and impacts on infrastructure. So I would anticipate that is one of the detailed scope items that would be asked to in the RFP.
So we won't get that answer until April. Okay. 3, this is another concern of the current tenants. Have the community partners indicated how the current DCC tenants, particularly those who provide social and or medical services, example, the local midwives association, be sufficiently accommodated through the DCC revitalization for construction period?
Thank you, Your Worship. So with regard to that point, I think maybe for clarification for council and the public. So the intent of phase 1 and 2 would be that the partners would construct and they are turnkey solutions, and the municipality would take ownership of both the entertainment complex and phase 1, the new civic center, library, etc., along with the rehab parking garage. So with regard to existing tenants, I can't fully speak for the partners. All that I know is that I've been told that the majority are on short-term leases now, not understanding exactly what the future will entail at this point in time. Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, I fully trust that those community partners will address that with those tenants. Bruce, let's just say we decided we're just going to kibosh this. We're not going to go any further. How much would it cost us to do a study or to figure out what it would cost to do the renovations, maintain what we're doing on those 3 venues? How much would that cost us?
Thank you, Your Worship. So just for clarification, Councilor Madden, just to review the existing facilities we have now again to get a better update on what it would cost.
Well, I'm trying to we're gonna put $2 million towards this due diligence. The information we're going to learn from it, if we end up just kiboshing the whole deal, I'm not saying that's going to happen. Would we not use that information to go forward, irregardless of what our decision is?
Oh, coming out of the due diligence, yes, I think it would certainly help inform, any decision points in the future for council on how you want to proceed on the next decision points on our municipal assets, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's important to note because people are thinking that this is it's waste of money. I don't think it's a waste of money at this point at all. In fact, I don't even really have a problem with the estimated cost of $55 million for phase 1, with construction of the one building to house the civic center, the library, and the cultural center. Viewing the estimated replacement cost of just replacing the civic center back in 2019-2020 was $58 million. I think this plan, this due diligence, enables us to address both public and employee security, accessibility, age friendliness, energy efficiency, space utilization, and public accommodation, all of which are current challenges or have been long-standing issues in all 3 of these municipal venues. I do think it's really important that both the library board and patrons and the Arts and Culture Advisory Board, along with any other community or group or organizations who currently use these venues, be provided an opportunity to convey their service expectations regarding a newly built facility. And these same groups should also ideally be asked to submit recommendations for the continued use of their current respective facilities, and or be encouraged to submit any individual or organizational interests in taking over or purchasing either of the current facilities. I am in total agreement I totally agree with only following through with phase 2 based on the condition that we have alternate sources of adequate funding. So I have no problem supporting this initial phase and due diligence recommendation tonight.
Okay, we've got a long list of other speakers. I'll go to Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm not going to ask any questions that Mr. McAllister just outlined. I'm just trying to understand a little bit better, Mr. McAllister, when it comes to phase 2. There's obviously a very broad scope that can potentially happen in phase 2, but will that not affect the phase one aspect if we decide to go bigger or smaller than what's potentially proposed. And the last thing that I kind of was hoping for that the CNS report is, you know, there's a cost associated in there with, you know, kind of revamping Memorial Arena and how much it cost and increased since the initial of the aspect of this term of council. But I'm just looking to see, like, are we, you know, is this report, the next report going to come in, the due diligence, are they going to look at, you know, the arena usage again? And is it going to look at the potential of having to build, you know, an independent, you know, arena to see that cost as well? Because I think that it's important that I know we look at phase one and phase two separately, but I do think it's important that we also look at it together to ensure that we're getting the best bang for our buck, so to speak, in putting these together. So just want to see if you can kind of comment on that first.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I think that is the intent by having the consultant look at both of these phases, you know, concurrently. I would acknowledge on the entertainment complex piece, there's more initial upfront work to be done in terms of, you know, the pieces you just noted, and understanding the feasibility, you know, and business case assessment, and, you know, operating aspects of that facility as well. But that certainly is the intent, is that both of them be looked at, you know, concurrently as we move forward. I think, you know, phase one, just based on the amount of work that's put into it by the community partners so far, it's advanced a little further in terms of the design. And you'll probably be at a, you know, decision point, you know, sooner than we may be on a final decision point on phase two. But it doesn't mean that we won't be reviewing the feasibility of phase two along the way, as it would impact phase one.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. The last question would then go to Mr. Quinton before I make just one last comment. And I know that Mr. Quinton, has there been any more conversations regarding potential grants for infrastructure like we applied for? I think it would have been maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Has there been any more conversation, or Mr. McAllister, if you know, I just think that Chatham-Kent has been kind of left in the dark, so to speak, a little bit when it comes to their infrastructure funding, especially for recreational purposes. And I'm just looking to see if there's been any kind of conversation, or maybe even Mayor Caniff, if he's had any conversations along the way with some of the delegates he speaks to, and just to see if there is anything maybe coming down the the pipeline for that, so to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Perhaps I'll go first, and if you have anything else to add. So right now, I don't believe there's any direct programs at the federal or provincial level for large recreational projects like this, but it doesn't mean that there won't be. We have just gone through a provincial election, and with a new mandate, you have to go asking, and by this. If approved tonight, and with the due diligence and the more involved design work that's done and proposed over the next few months, it gets closer to you having with some additional architectural work a shovel-ready project, which is often needed when grant programs do come out. They often come out on short notice, and you need to respond really quickly. So, I have no doubt that council will in the end want to require that a certain portion of the arena sportsplex multi-purpose facility is that we get money from other levels of government. And I think it's our job to start knocking on doors and getting the conversation going as quickly as possible, that we are as prepared as possible to have an excellent pitch for the revitalization of downtown with this project. Mayor, do you have anything else to add?
Sorry, Gord, I just kicked out. All I heard was I did tune right back and anything else to add. I'll just say, yes, we're not going to leave any rock unturned. I know I've been in extensive conversations with our two MPPs and discussions I've had mentioned to anybody and everybody at the senior levels of government that will listen, that we're looking for that. And so we will be exploring all of those options on how to fund this.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. And I just think that it's important to note that, we've had a lot of, I would say a lot of people, there has been people that's reached out to say, well, there's still too many, questions to move forward with this. And I think my response is that is why we're moving forward in this way, to get as many answers as possible, to ensure we're making the best possible decision and to make that decision to see if it, if it makes the most sense for the municipality, and to see the scope and the benefit that it may have for our, city and revitalizing it, more. And I agree it's on the way up. I think it's important that we, as you said, Mayor Caniff, leave no stone unturned and move forward and get as much answers and information together as possible. So the municipality, the councillors who are sitting around the table at the time, and the residents know the full scope of what we're doing and how we're going to do it. So I will be supporting this tonight, and I do appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Tony, you had something to add there?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just further on the councillor's comments, continuing with the due diligence process will certainly position the municipality to clearly establish its vision and what it has in mind as part of the downtown revitalization and the future use of this particular site, and the types of questions that we can expect from senior levels of government will be the types of information that we will gather as a result of the due diligence process, so that we'll be better prepared to respond to their questions, as well as to ensure that a fulsome presentation is made on what the vision is, what it will encompass, and also will reflect the partnership with the private sector, which is certainly something that is highly regarded in these sorts of initiatives.
All right, I'll go. There's a list. I've got 5 on the speakers list, and it's Councillor Pinsonneau, Harrigan, Crew, Hall, and McGrail. I will go to Councillor Pinsonneau, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think once we commit 2 million due diligence for this project, the train's going to leave the station with no return. There's no possible way this community can afford 125 million. And unless somebody tells me there's money coming from somewhere else, it's not possible. Not even in stages. All the estimates you have right now, those numbers will be skewed next year due to the inflation and the climbing interest rates. That 125 million could increase tremendously. There's no doubt this would revitalize downtown Chatham, and that part would all be good. But the sad part is we can't afford it. And I truly believe we're going into recession in the very near future, and this will create more unnecessary burden to the tax base. And it appears that we're really trying to push this through on the fast track, and that in itself kind of scares me. I think this project should be referred over to the next council. They're the ones who are going to have to deal with it. And at the end, Your Worship, after everybody speaks, I'd like to make that a motion and try that. Have that referred. Okay.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Crew.
Mayor Kaniff, I will just be really quick, as my questions were answered early on around the timeline. I would just like to say that I think that this is a very unique proposal that we have in front of us, and staff have recommended what I would say is an incredibly diligent and detail-oriented process for how we can make the next decision. To me, we couldn't make a decision yes or no with just the information we have tonight, nor could the next council. We need to decide if this due diligence process is something that we're willing to invest in. And I think that when you have a group of innovators and clearly an engaged community around an issue like this, then regardless of where people are standing, there's this common theme of needing more information and wanting more information to really understand what that process looks like. So I'm very supportive of this. I also want to just share my appreciation for using the RFP process, for pulling in the consultants to do that due diligence. recognizing that it isn't something that we're just going to push through and try to get through before our council term is up. It clearly goes into the next term, which allows the next council to make the decision with all of the information that they need to do so. So I do applaud staff for that. And I think it is worth investing in. I also think, and I'm really confident, just based on conversations I've had with staff, that if this was something that was proposed to us for a revitalization in downtown Ridgetown or Tilbury or Blenheim or any one of our communities, with the energy and rigor and frankly, background of the investors, then we would be doing a similar process for due diligence and investing our time and energy in doing that for all of the communities. So I see this as being beneficial for all of CK, and I will keep my comments short because the list of speakers is long.
Okay, Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I received a message from one of our constituents, and he just asked about the $2 million from the Building Life Cycle Reserve. How much is in that reserve, and will any projects be delayed by redirecting some of these reserves? So I guess Gord would answer that.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, I'll take that one. So they're currently, once a year, the building department brings a list of life cycle projects that they're working on to council. But over the last 5 years, since we first brought the Civic Center concept of a renovation to council, and it was put on hold, we've been put on hold many of the repairs that are waiting to see if the large project at the current location was going to be done, because there was no use, for example, replacing the carpet if you were going to replace the HVAC and be ripping all the dust down from the ceiling, right? So we have not replaced carpets. We've not replaced a lot of, we're fixing things with the HVAC system instead of replacing things. And so it has built up about $4 million of funds that were to be put towards the quote Civic Center part, whether it was at the current Civic Center or now at this other proposed site, by not doing those maintenance repairs over the last few years. So that's where the money has been built up from. Like I say, there's over 4 million that they're set aside now, and we're proposing, and that's why we picked that reserve to pull the $2 million out to do this due diligence.
Thank you, Gord. I just have a quick comment. I think that this is a responsible thing to do for our due diligence, and I am completely in support of this. I was speaking to a business owner today his words were, can we start looking at things with the glass half full instead of half empty and get this project done? We'll never get this opportunity again to have these investors want to partner with us. And I'm sure it's frustrating to them as slowly as government moves and as slow as we move, and knowing them, how quick they move. So it's probably quite the learning experience for them and us as well. But I think that this is a great project for Chatham-Kent, not Chatham, Chatham-Kent. And I look forward to seeing the results of our due diligence. Thank you.
Councillor Hall, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you very much, Mike. I think some of my questions have been answered, but my questions are kind of geared towards specifically the $2 million for the due diligence. So I think Gord just answered the question to Councillor Crew's question about the reserve and about it, not going to bump any other projects out of the way, kind of thing. My second question, I think Councillor Latimer touched on it, but I just want to confirm. So I guess this, and I think Bruce answered this earlier, but this due diligence work is, that's proposed to be completed. It's not, obviously it's for the Imagine CK project, but, obviously we're not going to be making this group around the table, the virtual table, I guess, is not going to be making the ultimate decision about the next step. So it's going to be the new council. but can you just confirm, I guess, again, Bruce, that some of this work with this proposed $2 million for this due diligence, you know, this would be applicable or could be applied to other projects down the road if the Imagine Chatham-Kent it doesn't ultimately come to fruition, right? Like whether it's a civic center renovation or any work with the library, cultural center. Is that right? Like it could be applied to other future projects?
Oops. Sorry, Your Worship. Somehow my Zoom froze for a second, but thank you for that. I heard everything you'd asked there, Councillor Hall. Yeah, certainly I think, you know, the due diligence we're talking about here, you know, if nothing else at the end of the day, I think it's certainly going to help inform future councils on, you know, future decisions with regard to our municipal assets one way or the other. You're going to, you know, have a feasibility study with regard to the need for entertainment complex arena, you know, a better handle on, you know, the costs of, you know, consolidating municipal facilities, you know, future, you know, reporting on the costs of maintaining our existing assets, et cetera. So it's certainly not, you know, lost value in terms of the money that will be spent in terms of part of this due diligence. I think the other piece of that too, we're recommending that amount. At this point, it's an estimate. But you know, we do have concerns that if, you know, council were to reduce that, it could very well slow the whole process or delay the due diligence process going forward. With regard to the timelines that I mentioned previously to Councillor Latimer's questions.
Right. Thanks for that, Bruce, and thanks for clarifying that. And yeah, you went into my my next question about you know, how much of that that $2 million allocation, obviously, you know, this term, it's going to be the next term that ultimately decides, but, you know, yeah, what does that look like? I think you touched on it. Like if, you know, just for example, if we trimmed that 2 million down to like 500,000, you know, and then it come back, that's not something that you recommend. I think you just said, is that right?
Thank you, Your Worship. That's correct at this point in time. Again, like we said, that is an estimate, and you know, we'll certainly be coming back to council with the steps, report out the RFP process. But at this point in time, there could be unforeseen other pieces that we need to deal with through due diligence. We still need to do certified appraisals. There's work to be done in advancing the design through negotiation with the community partners group, and ultimately, there's you know, outside legal assistance that we need with regard to the complexity of this, you know, this proposal as well.
Right. I thank you very much for that, Bruce. And, you know, I appreciate the responses, and I appreciate the comments from some of my colleagues, Councillor Harrigan, Councillor Latimer, Councillor Sakachi, Councillor Crew tonight as well. And I agree. You know, I think there's a lot of, you know, we don't know all the answers quite yet, but you know, I think Councillor Sakachi said it great that this is why we have to move forward with this due diligence to get some of those answers. So I'll be in support of the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor OJ.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. My question is in regards to monies already spent. So not so long ago, you know, we were at a point where there might have been a grant for us to take advantage, and we spent some monies doing a feasibility study and to be ready. Now, from that initial spent monies and the reports and the plans that we made, can we use those and save ourselves some money?
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly those past studies and all this background information will be provided to the successful consultant to review that. To your point, there is value in those those past studies and feasibility studies as a starting point for sure.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor OJ. Or sorry, Councillor OJ, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could somebody answer where Theatre Kent and the others that use the theater that we're going to sell will be going to now?
Thank you, Your Worship. That that is, part of the due diligence exercise, again, to have further consultations with all the, the operators and people before any final decisions are made with regard to those aspects. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we don't really have an idea at the moment. We're going to speak to them and see what they think.
Certainly, that's the intent, that there'll be further conversations, and we'll come back to council with regard to those various aspects. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, if we were to build this arena, what arena would we close? Do we know?
Thank you, Your Worship. It'll be the same answer I just provided. Again, that's part of the next piece of this, to determine and come back to council on, what are the results of the, the feasibility and business case, and, ultimate council can consider that in the future. Mm-hmm.
So there could be some money from that arena closing that would also go towards this if we were to sell one of them.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility in the future. But again, to be determined. Mm-hmm.
Okay. As well, this is my last question at the moment anyway. I'm just trying to think here. We have, there's going to be offices for meetings and everything. I believe is what I saw in the concept, as well as a very large area when no one's playing hockey that we could host different events in there. So would the Bradley Center be able to be sold?
Again, I think that's everything that needs to be looked at in terms of, the feasibility and cost analysis of what does the municipality require and need going forward, right? What's the business case for all these decisions in the future based on this concept? Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Bondy, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm in full support of the recommendation tonight. We've all heard from many people with many different views. The people that are relatively unsupportive of the thing are saying, we don't know, we don't have the answers, we don't have the numbers. Well, that's precisely what we're doing tonight, is saying, no, we're not jumping in with 2 feet and saying carte blanche. We're taking a really slow walk on this thing. And I think we are doing the due diligence. I hate to use that term over and over again, but we're there. We're doing this the right way. If anything, I think we're moving a little bit slowly. Well, I guess maybe we're moving at a pace that we can move at, but we've got Myers, Needham's, Simbus, Tatro, Bullock. These guys are proven. They've done they've completed projects in some cases throughout North America. These guys have a proven track record. They're willing to invest in our downtown to completely change for generations the downtown core of Chatham. And as that goes, Chatham-Kent, because, we're all in this together, right? So I feel, we're doing the right thing by going slow. But let's not drag this thing out. Like, we've got an opportunity, the opportunity is staring us in the face. And we're lucky to have the opportunity. I don't know how many communities have local investors that are willing to really take a chance. And do they do well from this? When people say, oh, well, these guys are only doing it because they're going to benefit them. Well, that's kind of the idea. Most people go into business to, not fail. So that's kind of a good idea. And if they succeed, we succeed as a community. So I really hope that we as a council and the next council, because this will obviously stretch in the next council, get behind this and see it for what it is. Not many communities have an opportunity where you have local, what do we call them, community partners? It's a nice term, that are willing to do this. So we should embrace it. We had a bit of a fail with the initial arena proposal that was denied by the provincial and federal levels of government. And here we are again with an opportunity to not only build an arena, but to reform our downtown core, which is great. And downtown Chatham's not it's a huge challenge, but it's not big. Like, what is it, 1 kilometer long? Half of which has been redeveloped by these guys. What do we have? We have a mall in the middle that is blockading any further success of our downtown. We have an opportunity to change that. So I think we embrace it wholeheartedly. And we're going to spend $2 million on consulting and investigative fees. Now, I would have a question which is maybe unanswerable, but would we not spend $2 million on consultants and investigative fees if we were to renovate the Civic Center, Museum, and Cultural Center? I would think we probably would. So I don't think we're really extending ourselves. And are we taking a bit of a chance? Well, of course we are. This is the way the world turns, right? This is business. This is the way things go. And what we've got is a great opportunity. And I really, really hope all of council from all 6 wards embrace this. We've got an opportunity, and the opportunity may never present itself again. And that is my opinion. Thank you, Mayor King.
Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, and through the mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. The feasibility study, we're allotting $2 million here. I'm just curious, is it possible that we won't need this full amount? Is this, are we looking at this just to an abundance of assurity to make sure we have enough to cover what the feasibility study is, or do we have we been given a projected amount for the cost of the feasibility study?
Thank you, Your Worship. It is administration's best estimate at this point, and it's a best guess, and it's the feasibility study or the consultant work on through the RFP process. But as I mentioned, it's also some dollars for additional due diligence with regard to advancing design to get to a point to make better informed decisions, and also some extra outside legal assistance as well. So it's a number of pieces in there, and it is our best estimate at this point in time. Mm-hmm.
So, okay, thank you very much, Bruce. Now you better stay with me here for a minute. Okay. So, with the results of the feasibility study, so we get this done, and we send this back. This information that will come to the next council. I'm assuming that this is going to come with a great amount of community consultation so people can properly understand this whole project. And if we move forward with this feasibility study and say the council says, yes, this makes a lot of sense to move the municipal services down there and combine those services in there, but they don't necessarily agree that we can support a 4,000 seat entertainment venue, are we still going to be able to move forward with moving the Civic Center if by chance the council decides, or is this going to be a whole deal package? Even though I know it would be completed in phases, but is there going to be that option that we could move forward with one and go in a different direction for the second phase, or is that a possibility?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just on the public consultation piece, and just so I'm clear for everybody. So certainly the intent, and one of the tasks we're going to ask the consultant for is a public consultation strategy outlining a number of approaches. And really what we want them to do is kind of be the main point of contact to drive and record and participate and arrange all the consultation that we know is necessary. To your second point, I think ultimately that'll be a decision point that'll have to be made by both council and the community partners when we ultimately determine what comes out of that.
And one last quick question. The feasibility study itself, is it going to include any other facilities other than just what we're looking at putting down into that area? I know arenas, because if we're looking at it possibly in that phase, you would be considering arenas, but would be looking at other buildings and facilities and programs that might be able to, would it be covered in the scope of the feasibility study?
Yeah, it would be covered in the scope of the the feasibility study to look at any operational potential opportunities, programming that may be part of this based on some other facilities as well. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for answering all the questions. And I will have to say thank you to all the councillors that have asked all the other questions and the information in your report and stuff that's been brought forward. I've been really struggling with this decision with being so close to the election and why this wouldn't in entirety go to the next council. But I think I'm feeling very comfortable that regardless of the decision of the next council, that this feasibility study is something we need to do. It's probably something we need to do in all of our communities so that we know where we're going for the future in that direction. And so again, thank you. And I won't keep anybody any longer with my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor, then I will go over to Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just before I make a few comments, I did have a question about 2C in the recommendations, the cost weighting. So moving that from 30% to 10% for the RFP. Is that something we've done before or a common practice? I know I think 30% has typically been sort of standard across projects. So we're just wondering if that's something we've done before.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. It has been something we have done before. Really, the purpose of doing that is to ensure a few things. We don't want this RFP necessarily to be so weighted heavily on best cost. We really want to make sure we're getting the right consultant, the most appropriate consultant, and a consultant that's going to commit to the timelines in resources that we're going to ask for through this RFP. So that's the nature of that recommendation is we really want to evaluate it based on the quality of the proposal here, more so than necessarily the price of the proposal. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. Thanks for the response. And a few comments. I really appreciate the discussion tonight and lots of great questions that we've had. And I think that this process has been very well set up. I think that over the past few years, we've really discussed as a council that we like to prioritize community engagement and feedback. And the way that this process has unfolded to this point and based on the recommendations here, I think that's really staying true to principles of transparency and public engagement. I think we're going about this the right way, and in no way does it feel rushed to me. This isn't a final decision tonight, and I think this is a really important next step. We need to hear those things that we've heard out in the community. What the user groups think of the development, how it's going to impact programming. Those are all really important. And I think doing that through a third party really shows some integrity and shows some transparency. And I think that this is going to be a really worthwhile process. And I do think there is a need to go forward with this tonight. So I hope it doesn't get referred. This is a simple step that we need to take. It's diligence that we need to take. And I think it's important sometimes to pause and think about, how we got here. And if we think about the past decade or so, we haven't seen investment in these assets like the Civic Center, like the library. And we know that they're coming to the end of their life cycle. We know that that they don't allow for the type of programming that our community needs, and they're not. They're becoming community liabilities, not community assets. So I think it's important to recognize that there's not a zero cost option. If we were to at some point choose to do nothing, status quo is very expensive. We see it in the report, and we talk about life cycle cost, or getting the Civic Center even just back to status quo is already $25 million. And we know that once you get going on a project like that, the numbers can really go up with an old building. So I think that we need to respect that there is no zero cost option. That this really is, as Councillor Bondi said and others said, an opportunity, and it's an opportunity for renewal in our downtown. It's an opportunity to really make a generational change for our community. And I think that we're going about it the right way. I think that this next step is really important, and looking forward to seeing that RFP go out and to see that information come back and to see all that strong community engagement that we know will happen. So I'm in full support of this tonight, and I appreciate that this is a big opportunity for our community, and thank you for the report.
Okay, Councillor Pinsino, you wanted to make a motion.
I will move that this recommendation is referred to the next term of council.
Can I get a seconder for that?
I'll second it, Councillor Thompson.
Okay. All right, questions regarding this motion? I'll pose a question. I guess, Bruce, from your perspective and working with the investors, does this make any sense?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess, the one risk would be this certainly would delay next steps in due diligence probably by another 6 months, potentially. I would suggest by the time we get to a new council and bring this back for discussion. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions then on this? Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Council, we're waiting for 3 more. Okay, all votes are in. Motion fails 4-13. And now we'll put the main motion back on the floor.
All right. We've had extensive discussion on this, so we'll put this to vote.
Still waiting for 2 more. Okay, all motions are in, or sorry, all votes are in. Motion passes 14-2.
All right. With that, we'll move on to number 19, Community Human Services.
19A, Senior Center COVID-19 Recovery.
Councillor C. McGregor. Councillor C. McGregor. Councillor Latimer.
I believe Councillor McGregor had sent in a motion, a follow-up motion for the information report received, or the information received in the report.
I'm guessing she went offline, so maybe we'll put that up there, and because this is something pretty straightforward that can be done. I'm not sure that we need a motion to do that. I think in 5 minutes that
the motion's on the screen, Mr.
yes.
Mayor.
So I think Amy can do this in 5 minutes, but if Councillor C. McGregor's offline, Councillor
I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
There you go.
Yes.
Sorry, I keep getting bumped out. And Judy, I would have liked to have voted in favor of the last motion, but I got booted out. I didn't realize I was silent and it didn't come up. So if that's possible, you can do that. If not, and for this one, if Amy can do this in collaboration with the other tasks that administration and that they will be taking place with this, to get them on Let's Talk CK so that they can have communications amongst them and to advertise what they're doing in a little bit of inner marketing within Chatham-Kent. I'm quite happy to turn it over to Amy, and no motion is needed. And as long as Councillor Latimer is good with that too.
Mr. Mayor, since we have it on the screen, can we just proceed with the direction?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's up there. Anything to add? This is a pretty straightforward motion and no cost to it, and it opens up some more communication lines. So if there's no other questions, we can put this to vote.
One more. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. 19B, installation of video surveillance system for municipality of Chatham-Kent's public housing apartment complex.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Hall, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor Oche, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
I'll move that.
Thank you. All right. So Councillor Sakachi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is going to be very brief. My question is actually not directed to Mr. Harper about this specific project, but I'm using this kind of as a leverage point to understand something a little bit more beneficially. Hopefully I don't miss any other councillors here, but I know Councillor Oche and myself, and I think Councillor Thompson has made some similar requests and inquiries about surveillance of the uses in our parks. And I'm really just wanting to find from a legal perspective why there's a recommendation in here to protect the assets of the municipality and to recommend cameras when we're having multiple acts of vandalism on our parks. So that's not going to be recommended by administration, but there's recommendation to do the same thing here at this location. So I'm just actually asking the question to Mr. Taylor is why this would be recommended where there's been motions by council members to look at the cameras in parks, and why that would not be recommended when it's the same thing in my perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We are moving forward with a comprehensive policy that will apply for all municipal facilities, and that policy should be back in front of council in the month of September is our hope. I had made a commitment to Councillor Oche that we would make sure to get that comprehensive policy back before the end of this council term in our last discussion about it, and certainly we are working really hard to get that done. That policy will then provide, as I believe I've briefed council before, a mechanism through which we assess where cameras should be installed or not installed. It's important to remember there's a balancing act between collecting personal information versus the positive benefits that security cameras can provide. In this case, in our housing services division, Ray Harper's team has implemented already an administrative surveillance camera policy, which was implemented a number of years ago to inform previous discussions with council about installing surveillance systems, and that is actually based on a need there, repeated issues that can be protecting of property, actually based on specific cases that are seen there. So this recommendation does flow through a policy that's already administratively put in place. We're now moving to look at doing a comprehensive municipal-wide policy that would apply to all municipal facilities, and we don't know whether or not when we apply that to parks, whether any given situation will result in cameras being recommended or not. That'll be part of the assessment that happens once the policy is in place. It's just important to put that policy kind of framework in place before we make decisions about any given other area. The difference with this council is that there already was a policy in place, and the report actually talks about some of the issues that they're seeing and why this is recommended. Hope that helps.
Actually, it helps quite significantly because you actually answered my question by stating the thing is we've seen this, repeated acts of behavior at specific areas. And I think that having a policy that protects corporate assets and property, as well as assisting to detect and deter criminal activity and vandalism that's stated in this report, would also benefit some of our parks that are habitually vandalized to the extent of thousands of dollars. So thank you for answering my question exactly as I would hope, Mr. Taylor, and look forward to seeing some potential assistance in protecting our parks in the near future. Appreciate that.
With that, we'll put it to vote.
Sorry, I just have to add this to the system. Just 1 second.
We should come up with some music or something you can play during this.
Feel free to sing, Mayor.
As long as it's a Canadian band, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, we'll get on that. I know Councillor Latimer's a good singer. Maybe we'd have her sing for a bit.
I was just humming the Jeopardy. Dun, 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 dun.
I can come off mute. You can listen to the tune of my kid arguing about what time bedtime is in the Harrigan house.
Okay, we're all set.
We're almost there. We need 2 more. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
What, item 20, corporate services?
20D, motion by Councillor Harrigan regarding walking trail commemorative naming after former Councillor Brian Fluker.
Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I just wanted to briefly pull this and take a moment to acknowledge that Mr. Brian Fluker recently passed away, and his memorial service was held today out in Valletta. And really to just share the deep appreciation that not just myself and I think other members of council have, but really that the whole community of the Tilbury and surrounding area have for the dedication that this man had for his town, for improving things, and really bringing zest to the political process and the coffee conversations and walks across the community that he had in representing our community as a councillor for over 40 years. And so with that, I did want to just, bring this motion forward and move that Chatham-Kent staff review and recommend an appropriate walking trail in the Tilbury area to be named after Mr. Brian Fluker, following the requirements of the Chatham-Kent commemorative naming policy.
Councillor Oche, can I get you to second that, please?
I certainly will.
All right. Any questions? Hearing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0.
We'll go to item 21, infrastructure and engineering services.
21A, waste management service review 2022.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Latimer, can I just move this, please?
I would move it, but I have an amendment for number 4.
Okay. Fire away, and then we'll go to Councillor Latimer to second it.
The amendment would read, the curbside service areas remain the same and provisions be made in the next waste collection request for proposal for expanding the service areas contingent on successfully received petitions from secondary urban centers and hamlets as defined under the Chatham-Kent official plan, properties directly abutting a rural arterial or an urban arterial road that represent the most direct and shortest connection between 2 communities already serviced under the municipal contract. And I would move that.
Councillor Latimer, will you second that?
I'll second it to get it on the floor, but I have a lot of concerns with regard to that.
Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
All right. The change I made is pretty minor, actually. And I can only really give an example that exists in South Kent, but I know there are lots throughout the municipalities. This is something I've been working on for the last, to be honest, off and on 8 years. And just as an example, and why I included that second line in regarding to the arterial roads and whatnot, is because in Cedar Springs, we get pickup. In Erie Beach, they get pickup. And there's a 1 kilometer section of road on Charing Cross Road where they don't get pickup. And they can't petition for it. And there is absolutely no part in the process where they could ever get municipal garbage pickup. but they get to watch a truck drive by each and every week as the truck makes its way between the two communities of Erie Beach and Cedar Springs. And I think as we look at the services we offer our rural communities, the number one thing I hear about is rural garbage pickup. And there are folks that want to pay for it, but they have no way of accessing it. And it's been a difficult proposition over the last few years. I'm glad to see that in this report, there is, and in both the old number 4 and the new number 4, there is an opportunity for smaller communities to get pickup. And I think that's a prudent way of doing things. If there are individuals that want the service and are prepared to pay for it in their taxes, we need to make that system as simple and as straightforward as we can. I will reserve the rest of my comments to the end, I think. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Latimer followed by Councillor Pinsino.
All right, I had a couple of questions, but with regard to that addition that Councillor Thompson put on there, I'd like someone to comment on, well, first of all, why can't they petition? And because I thought we put that in there we were going to put that as part of the contract, that they could petition and that it could be considered for success. And what would be the financial impact on all the rest of the taxpayers that already receive that service, if any?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can comment on Councillor Latimer's questions. On the recommendation number 4, the way it is written right now, without the amendment, is that all defined communities within, sorry, not the way it's written on the screen, but it was written in the report. The defined communities within the official plan are eligible to petition contingent on capacity, and that will receive a successful petition, and that's the successful petition would be more than 50% of the residents in that area would be signing to get the service, and they'll be obviously willing to pay for it in an area-rated type of way. The reason why we always fall back on a definition of the area is because, again, we need to know the total for us to know what's 50%. The issue with rural communities or with specific segments of roads is that there is no official definition of where they start and where they end. And so when someone expresses interest, it's hard for us to determine where that area becomes an end. And then obviously with that too comes in the logistical issues of, well, if I get on this stretch, how about my neighbor who's just around the corner, and how about the road that's just across from it and whatnot, which really increases the burden of the administration and to our team and our customer service team greatly. So that's why we always fall back on defined areas. And I hope that answers at least one of the questions. The other question about cost increase, I cannot comment as to an estimate per se, but I can say that it will be a significant increase in cost because any involvement of rural areas in terms of the distances used compared to more dense congregation of residents would be that much more costly to service compared to those other services. Now, I would like to just mention that we do have a couple of rural areas that are serviced under our current contract and will continue to be serviced in the future. And these are the community of Romney and the community of Howard south of the 401. And the reason why these are serviced on an area rated basis is because they've had that service before amalgamation. And so that service is grandfathered into the service after CK amalgamated in 1998. I hope that answers the question.
I don't mind that people want to petition, but I guess in the case that I think Councillor Thompson is referring to, he's right. It doesn't make sense if it's a piece between two hamlets. But I think and I'm not sure whether or not we could that a petition could be accepted on behalf of those residents to piggyback on. I think that makes sense if I'm making sense, but I'm worried about other areas that aren't necessarily, I don't know, they don't even abut, right? That it's difficult as who says to decide, well, where does the line, where abutments stop, or who decides that line, right? So, and the cost, because there are no regular routes out in the rural areas to provide and try to build into the service contract efficient garbage pickup is the costs for everybody. I'm just concerned that it could significantly increase the costs for everybody. I'll leave that alone for right now. I do want to ask, I have another concern with regard to the bulk pickup. Now I'm understanding the report, Huda, that with regard to bulk collection, you're looking to make it more efficient, and that the residents would have a quarterly based opportunity with in-term scheduled pickups offered only. Is that correct?
They will have 6 days on a quarterly basis for the pickup to be scheduled and collected.
Okay, so I'm really afraid that if residents who can't schedule a timely pickup of their bulk items, or residents who just won't call, period, to pick up these items, they're just going to leave their items on the curbside or dump them out in the outskirts of town. So I'm wondering if there was any consideration to work in collaboration with community organizations like Habitat for Humanity or Goodwill to refer requested interim pickups, or to manage, overflow with stuff that's just put out there and we just don't pick it up and it just sits out there. That if we could have some arrangements for these, or have a partnership type thing for these organizations to pick up these bulk items in between our quarterly pickups. Is there any consideration for that at all?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Latimer. We have, I had no plans, but definitely that's something that we can definitely consider. And we have not had discussions with any of the nonprofit organizations in the community, but we have a bit over than a year to initiate conversations and try and find synergies where both our objectives can be met in a practical way. There is no, obviously we're looking for practicality logistically and financially, but if there's something that we could develop as like a plan B or as a backup or support to the fixed quarterly pickup, then why not? We can definitely have that conversation and report back to council on what that could look like before 2024 when the new contract is in effect. Other than that, I'd like to comment that the quarterly pickup is based on the current feedback and information we received from the public and historical records on how frequently do people want to use or do they use the bulk item collection. There is a lot of confusion currently because it is part of the limit, the weekly limit at the curb. But with the new system, it won't be part of the limit. So it would be in addition to their, whatever it may be. For example, a single household would have a 3-bag limit or 1 total cart. So it would be in addition to that. That coupled with the intent to have a tool that is convenient and that people can use in multiple ways, such as in person, phone, and online. Hopefully that would capture the vast majority of those who can do scheduling. We know that's not going to eliminate it 100%. Just like right now, we have items at the curb that stay sometimes for weeks, and we only when we know about them, we could do something about it. So for these contravening properties, we will definitely fall back on our bylaw, which puts the responsibility on the property owner, and we do that through a notice basis. So we'll work through that as well.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question with regard to the potential green bin program. You mentioned that having a local organic processing would significantly decrease the cost. And the last time we talked about that was when we were applying to the Federal Clean Fuels Fund grant. and we were talking about partnering with the ethanol plant. Is there an update on that? I'm wondering if yourself or Gord could comment.
I'll defer that to Mr. Quinton.
Thank you, Huda, and thank you, Mayor Kenneth. So yes, it's a very exciting project to be working on. There's a lot of work continues to be done on that project every week. We still have not heard back from the federal government on the Clean Fuels Fund grant, and I'll be bringing we had hoped to be bringing some approval reports to council in September, but it looks like we might not get there as we're still waiting for information. So I will be bringing an information report to council to one of the last either the September 26th or October 3rd council meeting to give council an update on the progress that's been made in that project.
Thank you, Gord, and thank you to Huda and the whole service review, the waste service review team. The report was comprehensive and certainly spelled out the rationale for the proposed changes. So thanks again.
Okay, before I go to Councillor Pinson, I just want to note that it is 9:36, and in 10 minutes I'll be coming back with either extend the meeting or if we don't extend it, we'll have to have another meeting. But just let people know we're 24 minutes before D-Day. So Councillor Pinson, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Worship. I'll make this quick. I received a lot of calls on this one regarding recommendations number 1. The main street in Ridgetown there's a lot of tight spaces, and going to everybody having to use a toter, it's going to be a real challenge for them. And oddly enough, I was going down the main street, their last garbage pickup, and the guy has to pull the toter out around the parked cars in order to dump it. And to me, that's almost more work than picking up a garbage bag and going. But the Main Street merchants, they put their garbage out that morning in a bag, and it's been working awesome for this period of time. The garbage frequency changed to bi-weekly is going to be hazardous for the businesses too. A lot of them are saying they're struggling to make it through 1 week, let alone now having to go 2 weeks. And then item number 7, I like number 1 and number 7 separated out of this recommendations. I'm just not supporting any more staff going into it. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I will make my questions brief. The first is I just wanted to point out the one stark line for me that really stood out in this report was around our landfill capacity expiring. Who did the report say 2032 across the province?
Yes, that's not specific to the Ridge landfill, but that's the capacity of landfills in Ontario.
Right, and so I do really support the Organics Diversion Program. I just wanted to clarify that the Organics Diversion Program manager, the one-time cost for that would be for an in-house resource, essentially to complete the feasibility study recommended for number 2. Is that correct? Did I interpret that correctly?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. The in-house 2-year contract is for a staff person in-house to coordinate the feasibility study. They will probably need a consultant because I would not see that we have any potential candidates that would apply for the job with past information or past experience in doing actually consultation on that. But I would imagine that they would lead the community engagement, the communication plan, the consultation with the consultant or the municipal consultant, and just bring up the project, really be the project lead on that.
And really, in some ways, we could argue, build capacity in-house for kind of the municipality's knowledge and awareness around how best practices around organics diversion would take place.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Thank you. I'm very supportive of these. The only other quick question that I had, I just wanted to confirm that the changes made to the transfer station do not reduce any of the transfer station hours, but rather add some hours to make them all the same level of service. Did I also interpret that chart correctly?
I'm sorry, I do not understand the question.
So there was a recommendation around the transfer stations. It might be a bit later down. I think down here. Recommendation number 5 in relation to the transfer station operating, like the standardization. I just want to confirm that doesn't reduce any of the current transfer station hours, but rather increases the ones that are referenced in number 3. So for example, Ward 1 has a transfer station. We're not going to be reducing the hours of those transfer stations. We're simply making them all standardized.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Yes, Councillor Harrigan. So the intent of A is to exclude the hours of operation because that's already been recommended on in item B. So A would be more about the limits and the types of materials that we accept, which can be very different from one site to another site, and that causes some confusion and then obviously some operation inefficiencies on that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Sorry for the long-windedness on the last question.
You're very welcome.
Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So my question revolves around number 4 there. And does not our local, the waste management systems, they offer services outside of the municipality. So they will, if you call them up and say, hey, I want you to pick up my garbage, they will offer that service. Is that true?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Yes, that is true, Councilor McGrath.
Okay, so yeah, so I'd like to 4 because I don't know why we need as a municipality to get involved in that on the outside. We might need to offer advice and offer if someone calls in that advice to say, you know what, get a hold of them yourselves, right? But pass that information on. I agree with that. Like if someone's looking, outside, and I just know that in Mitchell's Bay here, there's one long road, Pinsino, that do take advantage of that service. So can we maybe on that bring out when we're voting, Mayor Kenneth, number 4 by itself, please?
Certainly.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right. So it's my understanding that we're voting on 1, 4, and 7 separately. Is that correct? I'm going back to Councillor.
That is what we have. I have also, Mayor Caniff.
So 1, 4, and 7 are 3, and then we would have 2, 3, 5, 6, 8 as the other. So we're doing 4 separate votes on this, correct, Judy?
Yes.
All right. So they want to put the first one up. Oh, we got a couple more hands here. Councillor Sakachi and I believe we've went to both of you. I'm just I'm cognizant of time here.
I'm sorry, Mayor Kaniff, I was on the speaker's list, but I didn't have the opportunity to speak.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, so Councillor Sakachi, go ahead.
Just one quick question to Huda and just one statement to council. B, the bulk collection program. I just want to state, I can't speak on behalf of anybody else, obviously, but this is a subject of issues time after time after time regarding bulk pickup, not being picked up. And I really hope that all council is aware of the significant amount of issues that's going to cause when we're reducing the pickup, because the enforcement of this piece is very time consuming. You're talking weeks before things are addressed, if not potentially, a month. In one case, I've had it for, it was over 2 months to address. So I foresee this being a significant amount of more challenges. So if you can, Mayor Caniff, I know this is going to be kind of a nuisance, but I'm able to support one, but not able to support 1B. So if you can't separate that specifically, then I'll just have to vote no on all of them. But I just wanted to add that because I feel that number B is going to cause significant issues in the municipality that we're going to have to revisit. And I think that's going to cost more than continuing the service how it is. Thank you.
All right. Final words go back to Councillor Thompson then on, and then we've got, Judy, are we able to separate out 1B as well?
If you'd like to, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor Caniff?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm having the same issue with number 4 because I'm going to have to vote against all of it too. Can I just separate out that one piece that Councillor Thompson wanted to add?
And we're looking at 4. Which point is it? All of 4 or just a portion of 4?
So what could happen, Mayor Caniff, is if number 4 fails because it is separated, if number 4 fails as the whole, somebody could move to put the original number 4 from the report on the floor.
Okay.
If that,
I will do that. Thanks, Judy.
Because I like the idea of
fine.
breaking this up as many pieces as possible so we can get the best decision made. Because if we could just if we didn't change any of it and we did one way or the other. So we'll start. Okay, so which one, Judy? I'll leave it over to you to which ones we're going to start voting on here.
and I think I'm going to leave it up to Meredith. So I think it was number 1 that she had up there first. She's working in behind the scenes there. So
so we'll have 1A and 1C. So 1A and 1C that are on the screen now, that's going to be our first vote.
Okay.
1A and 1C, yes.
Still waiting for a few more.
Mine never came up, Councillor Thompson. So
And how would you like to vote?
I'm in support of everything that's listed here.
Okay. And so motion passes 12-3. Now, Meredith, are we moving on to 1B?
Yes, that's correct. 1B.
Perfect. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 12-3.
Okay, so next it's going to do a couple screens here. So it's going to be recommendation 2, 3, and then 5, 6, and 8. So 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8.
Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 15-0.
And now it's going to be recommendation 4.
All votes are in. Motion passes 12-3.
And lastly is going to be recommendation 7.
All votes are in. Motion passes 11-4. Thank you for that, Meredith.
I think we just set a record for the most times we split a motion. All right, we'll move on to the next item.
Next
We've
item, 21F.
Yeah, we've got 11 minutes left, and we should have some light sailing through here. So if we get to 5-2, we need some more time. Sorry, go ahead, Judy.
Yeah, encroachment Wildwood by the lake.
Councillor Wright and Councillor Pincinel, could you move this, please?
I'll move it with a question. Thank you.
I'll second it, Your Worship. I got a comment.
All right, Councillor Wright, then Councillor Pincinel.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. My only question is that if Lower Thames is going to be involved in this engineering, because we've done this 3 years ago and they were involved, and so it just I'm fine with doing it just as long as Lower Thames is involved with it, being the lake bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David Taylor here. I can confirm I've been working with the Public Works team on the encroachment agreement, and I can confirm that we have indicated that a Lower Thames permit may well be required as part of any sort of construction. It really does, though, determine based on what the scope of the work that they're proposing to be done there.
Okay, Councillor Pincinel.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think this is a great idea. It's a win-win. Wildwood wanted their access to the beach. They're going to take on the liability. They're going to look after getting all the work done along with our legal department. I think it's awesome. It's going to work for everybody.
Excellent. With that, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. Moving on to item J, motion by Councillor Carmen McGregor regarding municipally owned cemeteries. We have a conflict by Councillor Thompson.
Okay, Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor Hall, can I get you to move this, please?
Certainly.
So seconded. All right, Councillor C. McGregor, did you want to say anything briefly about it, or does it speak for itself?
Actually, no. I think it speaks for itself, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Sorry, technical difficulties. 1 second.
Sorry, we didn't factor time in for the technical difficulties.
We're all set now, Mayor Caniff.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0.
Item 22, Fire and Emergency Services.
22A, motion by Councillor Thompson regarding public awareness of volunteer firefighters and flashing green lights.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Pincinel, can you move this, please?
Happy to move it.
Okay. Councillor Pincinel.
Happy to second it, and I got a comment.
All right, Councillor Thompson, you have anything to say?
I think it stands on its own, but I'd love to hear from Councillor Pincinel.
All right, Councillor Pincinel, then Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Worship. This is a great idea. Actually, Trevor and I had spoke on this, and other communities do have signage up to explain what the green light means. Because believe it or not, everybody knows what a red flashing light's for with the blue, but nobody has a clue. Not nobody, but not many have a clue what the green light is. And I think this is asking for a report to come back, and I think it's a great idea. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Briefly, I was just, when I read this, I understand where it's coming from, but were there incidents that brought this on, or is it just that people aren't aware? I know what it is, but, and I felt like a lot of people knew what it was, but yeah, I was just, and was there consultation with the volunteers or the chiefs, I guess.
Can I answer that, Your Worship?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I shut my video off. No, there's been no incidents to answer that question. The reality of it is, living in the city, it's not really an issue. When you live in the rural area, so volunteer firefighters sometimes have to come 5-10 miles from wherever they work to get to the hall, and they're not speeding, but they need to get through to get to the fire truck. It's very much a rural thing, no question. But honestly, I think public education is the right way to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, we'll put it to vote. And after we vote, I will, I'm looking to extend for 15 minutes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-1.
Okay, can I get a motion to extend 15 minutes so we can save having to come back for a second meeting in 2 weeks?
I would that motion.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor OJ. Anyone not in favor of extending 15 minutes? Motion passes. Okay, we're into notices of motion. I got Councillor Sakachi, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Foss, and then Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Okay to go?
Go ahead, Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, sir. Whereas the municipality in this term of council has championed and strongly promoted community partnerships, and whereas Chatham-Kent has an outstanding established network of community groups that are always and often excellent ambassadors and partners on projects for the benefit of Chatham-Kent. And whereas the ECA has made some major projects happen through hard work, efforts, diligence, and dedication, such as the accessibility playground and the ongoing pickleball courts. Be it resolved that the municipality, through consultation, identify a tribute and token of appreciation for the ECA, identifying the partners involved and recognize their hard work on site, on the pickleball site, and 2, direct administration to look at standardized approach and practices recognizing community effort projects through media releases and on-site dedication tributes like plaques, tree planting, and monuments. May the report detail potential costs moving forward, thanking and appreciating and recognizing the groups and partners on their efforts.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Foss.
I, Councillor Trevor Thompson, hereby give notice that I'll be presenting the following motion for consideration and voting on the September 12th council meeting. Whereas there are existing drainage issues in the community of Shrewsbury, and whereas land severances have the potential to negatively impact existing drainage issues when new houses are constructed on severed lots, and whereas Chatham-Kent is undertaking a Shrewsbury servicing study to develop a plan for potential servicing improvements to address the existing flooding concerns within the community of Shrewsbury. Therefore, be it resolved that administration prepare an information report outlining the opportunity for land severances in Shrewsbury and the potential impacts of further land severances on existing drainage in the area, and that the report include an interim control bylaw for consideration of council that would restrict land severances in the community of Shrewsbury until the completion of the Shrewsbury servicing study.
Councillor Foss, followed Councillor Latimer. Did you have a notice of motion as well?
Yes, I did. Mayor,
Okay.
I submitted it earlier.
Okay.
Your Worship, I've had my notice of motion pulled.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I probably confused that when my writing here. So Councillor Latimer, go ahead, then followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you. I, Councillor Mary Claire Latimer, hereby provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion at the September 12th, 2022 council meeting for discussion and voting. Whereas the Ride CK public transit service identifies itself as safe, affordable, reliable, and accessible, whereas this council has implemented several actions identified in the Driving Forward Transit Strategy in order to meet these objectives, and whereas ridership continues to report urban transit deficiencies impacting the reliability and accessibility of services provided, whereas administration was directed to prepare a report by October 2022 with recommendations to improve transit service for rural Chatham-Kent residents, be it resolved that administration prepare a report for early in the next council term outlining recent actions taken to improve the reliability and accessibility of Ride CK services, existing deficiencies, and recommendations to further improve the reliability and accessibility of urban, conventional, and specialized transit services with consideration to these deficiencies and the need to prepare for new urban developments and ridership growth. And these recommendations should be considered for the 2023 budget and future years.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. And after I read this motion, I'll ask that we vote to waive notice to vote on it tonight. I, Councillor Brock McGregor, provide notice of the following motion to be debated today and voted on during tonight's council meeting. Whereas Chatham-Kent is a community of communities with a rich and historical past, whereas the Dolson settlement played an important role in the War of 1812, and whereas the Kent Historical Society is applying for a grant with the Ontario Heritage Trust with a deadline of August 24th, and where community support and financial commitment by the community for the project will help in the application in its bid for funding. Therefore, Council approved the group's request for 50% of the project's expenses up to a maximum of $10,000, with the estimated total cost of the project to be $17,000, consistent with the Together CK grant program guidelines, and that the group complete an application and all necessary paperwork once the 2023 Together CK grant program opens.
Can I get a seconder for Councillor B. McGregor's request to vote on it tonight?
Mayor Caniff, I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor Crew. Any Councillor B. McGregor, did you want to comment anything about or just go for the vote?
Yeah, it's obviously August 24th is her deadline. This came up rather quickly. It's a project that would normally be put through the Together CK grant program. So they still would have to go through that process, but we're just going to front end this so that they can be successful in their grant application. And that's why it needs to be done tonight. And if we push it to the next meeting, we'd miss the deadline.
Okay. Anyone opposed to proceeding on tonight?
Mr. Mayor, there is a motion on the screen if we can vote.
Okay, you're set up to vote? All right,
yep.
Let's vote then.
Okay, so motion passes to waive notice and vote on it this evening, 12-3.
All right, anything you want to add, Councillor B. McGregor?
Yeah, just wanted to comment that certainly we appreciate all the work that the volunteers for the Together CK grant program do, and this is by no means meaning to overstep that. It's something that we've had to do before, thinking of the Dresden development and doing it this way as well. So it's a tight timeline. Unfortunately, we need to turn this around, and it's a really important opportunity for the Kent Historical Society. So appreciate the support tonight.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 14-2.
All right, we'll go to closed session reports. Councillor Crew, and I'll get Councillor Bondi to second it.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Monday, July 11th, 2022, Council met. Council received information on personal matters about identifiable individuals and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with regard to human resources process. Section 239(2)(b) and F of the Municipal Act. Personal matters about identifiable individuals, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and litigation and potential litigation with regard to employment of an identifiable individual. Section 239(2)(b), E, and F of the Municipal Act 2001. On Monday, July 25th, 2022, Council met Should I be saying who is absent, Judy?
No, that's okay.
Okay. Council directed administration on advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose with regard to the Wheatley explosion, Section 239-2F, Municipal Act 2001. Council received information on advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege and a position plan, procedure, criteria, and instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on by the municipality with regard to the downtown Chatham Center development, Section 239-2F and K of the Municipal Act 2001. Councillor Solomon declared a conflict of interest on this item. On Monday, August 8th, Council met in camera. Council provided direction to administration on proposed disposition of land by the municipality with regard to offer to purchase part of property identification number 00630163, unopened road allowance, former Gresner Line, Community of Warford, Section 239-2C, Municipal Act 2001. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege and a position plan, procedure, criteria, and instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on by the municipality with regards to negotiations with Hydro One Networks, Inc., Section 239-2F and K, the Municipal Act 2001. Council received information on potential litigation, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on by the municipality with regard to contract performance issues, Section 239-2EF and K of the Municipal Act, read during this council meeting, Monday, August 8, 2022.
Councillor Crew, can you repeat that? We didn't hear a few of the words.
Oh, let me go back to section 1. We'll need another 15 minutes.
Councillor Bondi, will you second that? Councillor
Yes,
Kirkwood?
I will, Mayor Kenneth, thank you.
Perfect. Anyone still want to vote on this, Judy?
I believe she has it.
Okay.
Yes, there we go.
I figure you'll run out of spots sooner or later here for voting.
We're getting close. And all votes are in. Motion passes 15-0.
Okay, approval of communication items. Councillor Latimer and Councillor Kirkwood White, can I get you to move the approval of communication items?
So moved.
And seconded.
Okay, and Councillor Latimer, you had discussion on 3B.
I just wondered if, I didn't wonder, I wanted to make the motion that this council send a letter of support of the resolutions from the councils Coburg, Hastings, and Mattawa and Ryerson that requests that the province expand the current Amber Alert system to include those persons of special needs or circumstances who leave their caregivers or location and potentially put themselves into danger, and that a copy of that letter be sent to the Minister, Solicitor General, and the Commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, as well as the Premier's office, and a copy with municipalities across Ontario and the Association of the Municipalities of Ontario, AMO.
All right, can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Crew?
Your Worship.
All right. Saying Councillor Crew waving. Anyone opposed to that? Motion carries. And anyone opposed to approving the approval of communication items? Hearing none. Sold. We have non-agenda business. Councillor Kirkwood White.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is just a friendly reminder to my fellow councillors that we have received a reminder from Rebecca Haskell Thomas, our Coordinator of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Justice, to complete a survey that will take us approximately 10 minutes. And you can find the survey by logging on to the employee self-service. And the responses are all anonymous, and the combined responses will help Rebecca and Amrit learn more about the diversity that already exists within the organization and to understand if there are groups of people who respond differently than others. So just a friendly reminder, fill out the survey.
All right, Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
I just want to say that this past weekend's Flight Fest was totally awesome. A huge shout out to Marion Smith, her airport team and the COPA team, Waste Management, and all the other community sponsors that worked together to bring this first class aviation showcase event once again back to Chatham-Kent. Well done.
Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I just wanted to remind everybody that this coming weekend is Wambo in Wallaceburg. And it looks like there's just an amazing lineup. I'm surprised Councillor Hall didn't have his hand up because I know he's been working very diligently with this committee. So kudos to you, Councillor Hall, and to your committee, because it looks like there's going to be some really great events, great music, great food, and we hope to see lots of you out and about and around in Wallaceburg this coming weekend. Thanks.
Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, I'd just like to express my condolences to the Fluker family. And then secondly, August 27th is Art Memorial Park in Tilbury on Saturday, 10 to 4. Thank you.
Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Worship. Just a shout out to the Bothwell Optimists and the Old Autos. Put on an awesome car show there in Bothwell with a great big 50-50 draw, which was 47,500 each way, which you drew out the number for, Your Worship. But it was a good time had by all, and congratulations to those groups.
Yeah, I made one friend that day and pissed off thousands of people. Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just a reminder that next week is Pride in Chatham-Kent. So there you can check out online. There's a number of activities throughout the week, culminating with the events on the weekend, Pride Parade. So check it out online and attend what you can. Thanks.
All right. We will go into the readings of the bylaws. First and second reading. Councillor Solomon and Councillor Pinsino. Can you just move that, please?
I don't believe Councillor Solomon's on the call.
Okay, Councillor.
I'll move it, Your Worship.
All right, Councillor Crew, can you sub in for us?
Sure, I'll move that.
All right. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Third and final reading. Councillor Foss and Councillor McGrail.
So move, Your Worship. So move, Your Worship.
Okay, we're just waiting on Councillor McGrail.
I'll second it,
all right.
Mayor Caniff.
Sold. Yes. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Resolution of council in closed session and adjournment. Councillor Crew will have Councillor Oche wrap it up for us tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I move that Chatham-Kent-Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, September 12th, 2022, and that Chatham-Kent-Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act. So moved.
Shut up.
So seconded.
Were you talking to Councillor Crew?
I'm not sure if he's talking to me, maybe.
All right. Anyone opposed to wrapping up the meeting at 10:13 and not having a meeting 2 weeks from now? Wonderful. All right. Have a wonderful day off on the 22nd. All right. See you, everyone.
To everyone, have a good evening.